want you to go tomorrow or next week, go back and listen to anybody, and you can just click on our channel, click on those, the icons for this session, and then listen to it.
Oh, wow. That's great.
Well, we happen to have our media team, the team that lets us
Oh, that's great.
So we're very fortunate.
Yeah. Okay. Great job.
Okay, I'll be right here.
So at that point, we get out sync for a second. What would the discount there is a call?
Well, I think they,
that was added later.
Can I have everybody take their seats, please?
Should hopefully know that one. Where are we at?
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing this morning? Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed? Huh? Yeah, good. Yeah, sure, right.
Wait a minute.
Whatever.
Duncan said it's too early in the morning to do anything. So.
Duncan, go back to bed. Wait a minute. We need you. Okay, I'd like to welcome everybody to our 2022 Spring DTRAIN General Session. Before we start, I would like to let everyone know that the restrooms are located outside this room. Go out the main doors, turn left, and they're across from the ship store, which is very convenient. So while you're out, visit the ship store. Okay? Just a little note there. Okay. Everybody, please place your phones on silent or turn them off while we're in session. And I would also like to welcome all of our members that are watching on our live stream channel on YouTube. Welcome, and I'm very glad that you could make it this morning, or if you're going to watch it later, thank you. And at this time, I would like to call the meeting to order. Chris, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
All rise, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Duncan, would you please come forward and give us the invocation?
You see, for those of us that are in the central time zone, the sun hasn't come up yet. Let us pray. Lord, you called, and we came here to the head of the Ohio River, on the left ascending bank, near mile zero. Yes, Lord, I know, and you know, that some of us still have our boats up on barrels. But if you go further south, you'll find that many of us have washed the pine pollen off our hulls. We've got the cabin in order. We've ran a semi-annual personal protective equipment check, and it's ready to go. And yes, Lord, we did change that oil in the spring. We've forgotten the fall, and are waiting for the command, launch the boats. For those of us that are here, give us the fortitude and the energy to know that the words honor, respect, and devotion to duty are more than just words that are on a coin, more than just words on the bottom of a view graph or a PowerPoint presentation. It's really a way of life as we deal with other people. Respect, honor, and devotion to duty. And lastly, Lord, we ask your protective hands on all the members of the 8th Eastern Region, all the members of the Coast Guard family, their sister services, and emergency responders, as they stand in harm's way, answering calls, and for armed forces, as they stand by to protect our freedoms and our way of life. We ask this in your name. Amen.
Thank you, Duncan. Thank you, Duncan. Now I would like to take time to welcome our guests and introduce our XCOM auxiliary staff. Excuse me. It is early. To my right, we have 8th District, New Orleans, Louisiana, Captain Alan Moore from the Prevention Department. From our DIROC's office, St. Louis, Missouri, Director of Auxiliary for 8th Eastern and Western Rivers, Commander Suzanne Heyman. To her right is BWO-3 John Tracy, Sector Ohio Valley, and BWO-3 Scott Kale, Sector Ohio Valley. Oh, okay, and just being seated, Commander Velez. Okay. Also here is BM1 Christian DePaulo from U.S. Coast Guard Station Pittsburgh. To my left, we have XCOM auxiliary staff. Chris Whitaker, Chief of Staff. Anthony Waters, D Captain East. You're sitting in the right order today. Thank you, guys. Ron Bono, District Captain South, and Doug Field, District Captain West, and Commodore Dave Stroop, immediate past District Commodore. We would also like to welcome from U.S. Coast Guard, MSU Paducah, CPO Brandon Stone and CPO Kevin Schneider. We also have David Mills from CGIS, Jeannie Ellenport from the CGMA, and we also have Clark Godsall. He's District Commodore, 9 Eastern. We also have Catherine Slayball, District Commodore from 9 Central. Welcome to Pittsburgh, everybody. And would Wes Notovich please come forward to welcome us to Pittsburgh? Wes is one of our new Assistant District Staff Officers of Emergency Management.
Thank you, Commodore. Good morning, fellow auxiliaries, sector captain, commanders, commodores, OIC, and honored guests. Very happy to see our gold side here today also as well. Welcome to Spring DTRAIN here in Pittsburgh, the city where one can experience 4 seasons of weather in the same day. I'm ADSOEM ADR Wes Notovitz of Division 7, and we are your hosts this weekend along with the production staff, the staff and management of the Green Tree Doubletree Hotel. We hope you had a good trip here. Those of you staying here at the Doubletree are satisfied with your accommodations. and we look forward to meeting and talking to many of you as this event progresses. Pittsburgh is a very special place in several ways. As people travel to this area looking to put down roots after emigrating from various other countries, they found this a perfect place to settle and raise their families. Pittsburgh is famous for its neighborhoods, which kept the flavor of their ethnicity while being a place where all live in harmony, coexisting as one large metropolis. Neighborhoods such as Polish Hill and Deutschtown were synonymous with the heritage of our settlers there. Bloomfield became known as our Little Italy. The Jewish population settled in what became known as Squirrel Hill due to the large number of trees there and the residents of them. As our theme for this DTRAIN states, building bridges, Pittsburgh is well known for its many bridges, and they're not just found on our three rivers. They can be found all over the expanse of the city due to its unique topography. Many neighborhoods are connected in some fashion by any number of small bridges. Pittsburgh is also a transportation hub due to its three rivers, the Allegheny, the Monongahela, and the Ohio, which come to a confluence at the point of downtown. Commercial river traffic is a constant along all the expanse. The metropolitan Pittsburgh area also, because of our rivers, has become one of the larger registries of pleasure boats of any inland waterway. Water-related activities have become a way of life for many of us. During our boating season, craft of all types and sizes can be found on our waterways, both power, sail, and paddle. Like I said, our theme for this year is building bridges. These bridges are the ones between all auxiliarists and the boating public as well. To nurture these bridges, we need to start looking and working toward the 22nd century. We need to make the changes and decisions now that will enhance the auxiliary and grow it, along with retaining the vast talent that we already possess. We need to shape the auxiliary to ensure not only its continued survival, but its growth and importance to all Americans. It's time to renew our commitments to the Coast Guard Auxiliary and do what's necessary to make it an organization that our children and their children can want to join and be proud to be a part of. I thank you for allowing me to speak to you this morning, and again, I welcome you warmly to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. If there's anything we in Division 7 can do to make your stay better in any way, just reach out. We hope you enjoy the weekend and learn much. Commodore.
Thank you. Thank you, Wes. That was very nice. Okay, Roseanne, your favorite time of day. Would you please call roll?
Matt Meyer, District Commodore.
Present.
Chris Whitaker, District Chief of Staff.
Present.
Anthony Waters, District Captain East.
Present.
Doug Fields, District Captain West.
Present.
Ron Bonneau, District Captain South.
Present.
Mary Susan Heyman, Director. Present. Dave Stroop, Immediate Past District Commodore.
Present.
Randy Ventris, President of the Past Division Captains Association.
Present.
No, that's Commanders, isn't it? Sorry about that. Told you I made a mistake.
Present anyway.
Daniel Callahan, Commander Division 1.
Here.
John Burrell, Vice Commander Division 2.
Present.
Nick McManus, Commander Division 4.
Here.
Leo Yakutis, Commander Division 5.
Present.
Bob Clancy, Commander Division 6.
Present.
Patrick Wiley, Commander Division 7.
That's
Voice is
It's-
here.
His vice.
Victor Rogers.
Victor's here for voice.
Oh, okay. Okay. Debbie Guffey, Commander Division 8.
Present.
Paul Fernandez, Commander Division 11.
Present.
Thomas Jewett, Commander Division 12.
Present.
Martin Lester, Commander Division 16.
He's not present.
Okay. What about his vice?
No, no one here to represent him.
Okay.
Present.
And Richard Miles, Vice Commander, Division 24.
Present.
We have a quorum.
All right, thank you, Roseanne. All of you should have received a copy of last DTRAIN meeting minutes. Does anyone have any changes other than grammatical changes? Are there any changes to the meeting minutes? Do I have a motion to approve the minutes as written or as amended?
I make a motion that we accept the minutes and any changes as such.
As Division 1, Roseanne? Dan Gilliam. Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Clyde Bowman. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Awesome, thank you. The 2021 Fall DTRAIN General Session meeting minutes are approved. At this time, I would like Kelly Kerselius to please come forward to introduce our 2022 Fall DTRAIN Flotilla Leadership Class.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm excited to introduce to you the Flotilla Leadership Student Class for Spring 2022. Michael Richard, 107. Tina Funk, 211. Larry Pointer, 404. Frank Smith, 504. Mark Miller, 603. Deborah Nelson, 603. Brandon Holliday, 610. Francisco Molina, 702. Charles Nemeth, 702. Maurice Marty Meinert, 707. Anthony Todd Smith, 1102. John Chinto, 1105. Glenda Stout, 1107. Mark Carnes, 1202. James Strang, 1208. Oliver Trimew, 1607. And Thomas Gallagher, 2407. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Kelly. Just so you know, this Flotilla Leadership Class, you are our future. So take it seriously, but have fun while doing it. And that's the best advice I can give you at this moment is enjoy the ride. There's one time I was in your spot, never ever thinking I'd be standing up here. So it can happen to anybody, okay? Moving on, do we have any old business? Okay, hearing none, we will move on to new business. Okay, we have new business. We had discussions last night at our board meeting about the purchase of a trailer for the audio-visual equipment that we are using at this moment. Do I have a motion for the trailer?
Commodore.
Yes, sir. Clyde Bowman.
Commodore, I would like to make a motion for District 8ER to buy a trailer for use of the production team to transport and store audiovisual equipment, the purchase price of which is not to exceed $8,000.
Thank you, Clyde. Do we have any more discussion?
Need a second.
I make a second.
Second. I thought the discussion came before the second.
Motion, second, discussion.
Okay, okay. I'll change this list. Okay, do we have any more discussion? I know we talked about it pretty much in depth last night, but has anybody had a chance to think of any more questions or concerns? All right, you guys are good at following orders. Okay, so all in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, I'd say that's pretty much unanimous. All opposed? Okay, the motion carries. We will purchase? Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Now I can give that trailer back to my brother that I've been borrowing for a year. Okay, so at this time, we are running a little bit ahead of schedule. I would like to have the district captain reports. And then after that, we can take a small break. But would District Captain South, Ron Bono, come up, please?
Good morning, everybody. I was told, we were told, district captains, that we had to keep this brief and short. And anybody that knows me knows that's almost impossible for me to do. But because we're on schedule, or way ahead of schedule, I have the opportunity to talk longer, maybe slower.
Well, he is from Tennessee, right?
So I got to repeat it twice.
Yeah.
I represent District 80R South, and I would first like to introduce our division commanders from each of the 4 divisions. In Division 11, Nashville, we have Paul Fernandez. Division 12, we have Commander Tom Jumer. Division 16 is Martin Lester. He and his Vice Division Commander are not able to be here today because of career obligations, so they're not represented. In Division 24, Harold Lesh is not here because of serious eye surgery, but he is well represented and supported by his Vice Division Commander, Richard Miles. What I wanted to do with this, to try to keep it brief, I just hit the positive notes on what they're doing. This is not limited to what they're doing, but just the hard ones for right now. In Division 11, Paul has had great success with his Sea Scout program. Just recently, they had a facility, or a ship that was approved as a facility, and he's also brought 3 Sea Scouts into the auxiliary as auxiliarists. He's had great success with training these young people, and hopefully that continues on, Paul. The other thing is their 2021 change of watch. Unfortunately, I could not make it because of weather reports of storm and ice and everything else between Knoxville and Nashville, and I wasn't going to attempt it at the last minute. I backed out, but it was so well planned and carried out that there were 2 different newspapers that wrote an article and publicized that change of watch event, so it was a big deal. Division 12 in Knoxville, Tom Jumer has worked with MSD Nashville on the UPV program, and he has pretty much led that program with MSD Nashville, and has been so successful with it in the Knoxville area that they have now asked him to conduct training classes, both on-site, in person, and in Zoom classes for the all of Tennessee, Cincinnati, and North Alabama. Also in Division 12, he's got a flotilla down there that has just recently been asked by the fire department to put on a public safety, boating safety class for their firemen, with the objective of getting these firemen certified for a state of Tennessee boating license, which will help them, because most of them were probably born after 1989, help them with their boating insurance. And it's also a plus for us because I think it ties us in to the fire department, and we can utilize them as a future resource for their knowledge and capabilities in supporting us, maybe with other law enforcement agencies as well too. So I think that's a real positive initiative. Division 16, U.S. Coast Guard Investigative Services, since we were just talking about that last night, has asked Division 16 to help them in identifying illegal charter activity in the Chattanooga, Tennessee area. They just started that here probably about 6 weeks ago. They have also, the district's SOOP is working with MSD Nashville to support their efforts in what they call Hijack or Hell operation, which is going to be the 19th and 20th of July in Chattanooga. The division is requesting help facilities and with auxiliary support. They're looking somewhere between 30 and 60 auxiliaries to support them during those 2 days. We have distributed to the 4 divisions that request for support. It may be tough to get facilities, but possibly the auxiliaries to go down and participate in that operation. Division 24 out of North Alabama, they have just gotten the approval to start up a new and needed detachment that will be supported by Flotilla 2404. Division 24 also is working on a three-star award throughout the division, and that is a big push for them. They have also, this year so far, taken on 6 new members with 3 more applications in process. For all 4 divisions, and I'm sure for everybody in this room, recruitment, retention, I like to say remotivation and involvement of existing members remains a key priority and focus, certainly within ADR South. So with that, thank you very much.
Okay, District Captain West, Doug Field.
Thank you. Thanks for everyone joining us this morning. Thank you to the Commodore, and thank you for the Gold Side for being here. But I too have shortened up these notes. Our divisions in our area of AER West have been very busy. Something that every division did so far this year is we worked at travel and boat shows. We gave information to the public recreational boating community in the cities of Indianapolis, Louisville, Cincinnati, and Murray, Kentucky. So that covers a long way on the Ohio River. And we were doing pretty good. In addition, we would give information to new boaters and old boaters alike, and to youth. We had the robotic boat coasting. This is something that our district or in our areas we didn't have for a while, and we were able to get that fixed up and working. We handed out coloring books to the kids and knot tying kids. So we are providing a lot of information to all age groups. Division One has some exciting events planned coming up very soon. They're working with the Coast Guard Recruiting Station out of Louisville, manning a booth for the Armed Forces Day at the Indianapolis 500 in May. So that could be a really nice public event for the Coast Guard and Coast Guard Auxiliary. Plus, other flotillas in that division has first aid classes planned, boat safety classes planned, TCT classes planned. So that's pretty good. Division 4, just as busy as Division 1. They've been working with the Louisville Boathouse, finalizing plans for Thunder over Louisville. It's a fireworks show. They're also going to take place and help with the Pegasus Parade. All of this is in the Derby Week at Louisville. Being from Kentucky, I live in northern Kentucky, I'm sort of ashamed that I've never been to the Kentucky Derby or the Pegasus Parade. And I'm going to have to do that. Got to put that on my bucket list. But anyhow, the Coast Guard Auxiliary and the Coast Guard playing a big part in that and getting ready to keep boaters safe in the Louisville area. As well as the other flotillas, same as in Division 1, they have TCT training, VE, PE classes, all on their calendar also. Division 5, not to be left out, very similar. Division 5 is in Cincinnati, northern Kentucky. With the warmer weather, they're ready to welcome in the Major League Baseball. And if anybody's from the greater Cincinnati area, they know that there's a Cincinnati Reds parade. And Division 5 is working with MSD Cincinnati. They're going to pull a boat through on opening day parade. The Coast Guard, Goldside, providing the boat, the truck to tow it, and I'm sure some people walking in the parade. The auxiliary is going to provide Panda riding on the boat, waving to all the baseball fans. Division 5 is also in the future looking to help the boating public when it comes around to Paddle Fest. Every year, Cincinnati has what they call Paddle Fest. More than 2,000 canoes, kayaks, and paddle craft will show up on the Ohio River downtown. A very large, one of the largest in the country as far as paddle craft activities. Also, they'll be preparing later in the summer for Riverfest. Over 500,000 people will come down to the river on both sides, the Ohio and Kentucky side of the river, plus all of the recreational boating public will be going up and down the river at that time, wanting to see fireworks and the activities at that time. So Division 5 has a lot of plans as well. Division 8, can't say enough about this right now because Mother Nature has not been kind to Division 8. They've had a lot of tornadoes. And, excuse me, the Division 8, probably how many times did you cancel the change of watch? 3, 4 times?
3 or 4.
I knew 3 or 4. I was going to go one, then I couldn't go, then I would go. But to their not give up attitude, they were able to go ahead, have their change of watch in person just a month or so ago. So just getting that in was hard. So we want to keep that division in our thoughts and prayers because the whole community is rebuilding. But they've done a lot of work at the Murray, Kentucky Boat Show. I understand you had all your flotillas there working together. Great team building exercise, as well as the Goldside MSU, Paducah. Thank you guys for working with them as well, and us working with you at the Murray Boat Show. So we've been very busy already this year. We got a lot of plans. I want to thank everyone, Deborah, Leo, Nick, and Daniel. Keep up the good leadership, and thank you guys for putting up with us here at the update.
Thank you, Doug. That was good. Okay, now, last but not least, the one that we have to keep under the reins. Our very own from Pittsburgh, District Captain East, Anthony Waters.
All right. Good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on when you're watching this. Last DTRAIN, I mentioned the 3 Bs, and they have been forever memorialized in the minutes. For those who don't remember, who are new, that stands for be bright, be brief, and more importantly, be gone. That joke works like once. It did. But before my 5-minute timer starts,
I'll give you 5:15.
5:15. If everyone turns around, there's a timer on the wall back there. So now that I lost my train of thought here, but seriously, I also like to echo some of Wes's comments of walking into Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh has 446 bridges, or maybe 445 bridges if you watched the news from a couple months ago, where one of the bridges is no more. They'll rebuild it, right? Probably. But I also wanted to make sure you stop by the hospitality room, buy some tickets. There's one particular prize there that has come from Dayton, and Bob Clancy would be very, very happy for that to be sold. The other thing I wanted to mention, if you didn't know, Pittsburgh is a port, right? It is a port when you get to the ocean from just a couple miles away. Now I'll start my actual presentation.
Okay, very good. Good.
So yesterday, some of us were, oh, by the way, you can tell I have a little bit of a sore throat going on, so I'm going to do my best to be gone quicker. So yesterday, some of us were talking about quantitative measurements, right? And that's a heavy topic for, 8:20 in the morning on a Friday. or 720 for some, maybe 620 for others. But what is a quantitative measurement, right? It's a big term. Basically, it's measuring something with a number, right? So 57 apples, 57 oranges, it doesn't matter, it's 57 things. And you'll notice I'm throwing in some numbers randomly and facts. They may be useful later for you. However, I want you to keep that in mind, just numbers, whenever I throw out some of these stats that I pulled out of Vox data. Divisions 2, 6, 7, and 18 were quite busy in 2021, racking up an impressive 19,927.85 hours of time as reported in Aux data across multiple mission categories. Some highlights include over 1,000 hours in public affairs, 350 hours of public education, and 1,300 hours between program visits and vessel safety checks. Speaking of which, the division has completed 575 vessel safety checks, as well as 204 program visits. Pretty impressive number. These are amazing, right? And they are an increase over 2020. So that shows that our auxiliaries are out there doing stuff and getting back into the fold. These numbers also represent dedication of members of these flotillas. Of course, anyone can go into Aux data and pull numbers, right? Okay, that's an IS joke, but maybe not. I know some people like Aux data. What is that?
Funny. I don't know. That was funny.
You can go to Aux data, you can pull out the report, do all this fancy Excel magic, and make all these great statistics, right? But I want to talk about things that numbers don't show. So specifically, Division 2, led by Kerry Campbell, who's not here today, but John Gorell is filling in his stead. He'll do an excellent job, I'm sure. Or he's doing an excellent job, I should say. They recently had 5 graduates from a winter into spring boat crew academy, and they will be looking to QE as soon as conditions allow. They added 2 new Aux clergy members, a new watchstander, and a new member that is boat crew certified, but on active duty boats. So that's quite an accomplishment, I would say. Division 6, led by Bob Clancy, not only has he donated a fantastic picture he wants you to bid on, they have established a division operations plan. Randy, I know you're looking for that type of stuff. They adapted from in-person to Zoom and online trainings over the winter, but they'll soon be resuming to online trainings. They've held a couple PE classes, they'll be doing some more, with 2 happening just a couple of weeks. And they've qualified 6 new TCOs. Division 7, led by Pat Riley, who's out teaching a class this morning, and filling in this morning is Victor Rogers, trying to establish an auxiliary university program, which Chuck Nemeth, who's actually here today, is working towards that. We gained and lost an Aux clergy member. By loss, that means she transferred to Colorado. We had a member join the Auxiliary Interpreter Corps, who's here today as well. We expanded existing relationships by participating in a hybrid belt paddling safety seminar coupled with a skills-based paddling class. The skills-based was not taught by us, but done by a third party. Division 18, led by Clyde Bowman, has worked tirelessly to establish and expand a partnership with the Ohio Department of Natural Resources and the Army Corps of Engineers. This partnership involves additional vessel safety checks as well as patrols. The relationship with the RBS community in that area is very good, with around 25 to 30% of boats having a vessel safety sticker on them. They're actually looking to improve on existing skills and adding additional boat crew. They've also had a successful VE blitz this year. These are just some of the highlights and upcoming plans for the year. Each division is working on strengthening existing relationships and establishing new ones. To steal a phrase from our theme, they are building bridges. In closing, I have no doubt that Divisions 2, 6, 7, 18 will have many more accomplishments this year and complete the plans already in motion and have a very productive and, more importantly, fun year. I'm under the time.
Congratulations. Thank you, Anthony. Okay, so we're running a little bit ahead of schedule, which I'm pleased. Better than trying to catch up. So at this time, I'd like to give everybody a 10-minute break, if that's okay with you, right? Okay? Okay, so, be back in 10 minutes, which is, 8:50. And, stop at the ship store in the meantime if you want. Thank you.
When the commander came in and interrupted your introduction, I do not think, or I did not hear, I could have blacked out, I don't know, the new CWO, the new OTO stuff.
Yeah.
I don't think you introduced him.
Yeah, Scott Kale.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I did.
you did, okay.
Yeah. I made a point that he was over there before I said it.
What?
I made a point to look over
Okay.
to make sure he was there.
I don't know if you have me on the schedule. Maybe if I could have 2 minutes just to announce we're taking pictures in the
Oh, yeah, right after
production
break we'll do
room.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
but we do have you,
Oh, okay.
right here after chief of staff.
All right, that's fine.
When we come back from break,
You want me to do it then? Yeah, because people may
well,
want...
not your report, but just.
Oh, all right. Okay.
How are you doing? Seems that everyone talk about bridges, the weather, so they don't leave me ended to start. So it feels like I can't say this, so that's why it feels like
Didn't let anybody in here now. Look at you.
that's what people report. That's what shout. I know.
I was like, sounds crazy.
I'm not crazy.
So when you look at what the whole, it's almost over 1 million hours, 10 years plus. When you consider 10% go to port, another 20% report about half what they do, and then there's 1% that doubles what they don't do. It evens out.
It's more like a swamp. Everybody does that. I know a couple people that or for a couple people that yeah, he'll take them, I'm sure. How come we can't get talked about I don't pay that much detail. Don't like go into all the days. Keep that in the back of your mind that we all work together for a bunch of
they don't have their travel time. There's some cases, for example, you guys the land made it. What's that? We had to see. I do. So far, so good. You know, they keep on taking.
Well, why? I'm sure everything's coming together. Yeah, as you come back from break, when's the CDIS guy gonna see this afternoon? This afternoon? Okay. Good guy. I actually did one sheet with him, and I've had a bunch of other cases with other people in his office. And we were talking last night, and he actually remembered details on the case. I'm like, oh my God, he was blowing my mind. Good guy. Yeah, usually the morning. I'm glad he's here. Entry. Yeah. Yeah, very personable guy. Everybody's overstretched. But yeah, it's amazing how much is on the No, this is all good. I thought I would say hi. That's important. Yeah. See, Duncan did not win on his flag reversal. Yeah.
There was one sort of
He brought it to my attention. He's like,
what you doing, sir?
I'm talking about the flag. You didn't go through it.
No, they're the PA president joined the flag.
They wanted
That's this afternoon.
Right.
So we're not going to take this morning.
Right.
I'm just going to mention it this afternoon.
Yeah, but no. I have the national. Yeah. But I just got it. Just making sure.
The only state flags that are shown in gold have been
well, I mean, I
but they're going to have a problem with it. Go back to color guard because they're not going to be able to put the flag behind color.
Yes, but I'm going out with our what's on me. And I'm the last year. Somehow, my husband and I
So what it was, we had it on the guard rail, nothing but.
That's a nice touch. Sorry we've gotten away from the ceremony.
Are you enjoying it?
We may be able to get back to go back and see the real thing. Like I said, they was up to sit down. They're up to wake it.
Are you going over to the station?
On the green screen. So where the flag was. I taught you it's utility leadership class, motion, second, discussion. Because I looked at my class roster. Actually, man, it's never done. I've been to too many rehearsal tournaments.
Don't worry about it though. I mean,
It makes it fun.
Well, exactly.
You know, because I'm not perfect, and I'm the first one to admit that. I'll show everybody.
well, you were following the script.
What I always like
Paul?
get the motion.
This is motion, second, then discussion.
Okay. I don't do that. You've got a hair. That's wanting to. One more time. Yeah, you got it. Perfect. I can do that with Richard. Well, not right now. His barber cut all his hair off.
Well, I'll second the motion's dead.
Okay. Good job. I told Patrick.
I mean,
got
it was a
We got it.
Because I took
Team.
and I'm like,
Team.
okay, that's
Team.
all correctable. But you know, but man, you were just right there.
Could I have everybody take their seats, please?
What is it? What thing?
Yeah.
The thorn that's in the saddlebag.
It's all good.
Commodore Shaw. Come on up. Yeah, come on around. Or here. Okay. Commodore's got an announcement to make.
Just a quick announcement. Thanks to Lynn Miles and Emily Yancey. We will be doing ID cards in the production room. They'll be taking pictures. I've got applications there. So everybody knows you've got to be in a trop shirt. And in order to be eligible for an ID card, you must be current in your OX, CT, your core training, and you must be out of AP status, which is approval pending. So if anybody needs an initial new ID card or theirs is about to expire, you can go into the production room and they will take care of that for you. And like I say, thanks to the production team for volunteering to do that. This is something we just started last DTRAIN. It seems to be working out real well. So, and I think it was Matt's idea too. So thanks to Matt. But so if anybody needs a new ID card, go in the production room and they will take your picture and give you an application. So, any questions about that or? Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, if you're not familiar where the production room is, it's the double doors on the corner. There's two sets of double doors. You got one set locked, right? So it's a set of double doors by the ship store. So you'll find it. Just ask. Okay, Deanne, one more time.
Dan's not here.
Roseanne, I am so sorry. You know these. I know.
I'm sorry, I was being
I was not reading my script.
You can adopt a cat.
Oh, I can't afford that. Present.
Chris Whitaker, District Chief of Staff.
Present.
Anthony Waters, DCAP East.
Present.
Doug Fields, DCAP West.
Present.
Ron Monroe, DCAP South.
Present.
Commander Susan Hayman, Director of the Auxiliary.
I am present.
Dave Stroop, Immediate Past District Commodore.
Present.
Randy Ventris, President of Past Division Commanders Association. I'll get that right someday. Daniel Gillahan, Commander Division One.
Present.
John Gorell, Vice Commander Division Two.
Present.
Nick McManus, Commander Division Four.
Present.
Leo Eucudis, Commander Division Five.
Present.
Bob Clancy, Commander Division Six.
Present.
Victor Rogers, Vice Commander Division Seven.
Present.
Debbie Guffey, Commander Division Eight.
Present.
Paul Fernandez, Commander Division 11.
Present.
Thomas Juma, Commander Division 12.
Present.
Neither one of Division 16 are here. Clyde Bowman, Commander Division 18. Richard Miles, Vice Commander Division 24.
Present.
I made it.
All right, we have a quorum. Thank you, thank you, Roseanne. Okay, at this time, I'd like to steal a little bit of time first. Yesterday, in our XCOM meeting, we had a discussion, and it's not a new idea. It's actually, we've done this in the past, but because of COVID, we had to stop it, and it's, of course, everything's getting a slow start. But since I've got a captive audience, especially with the division commanders, what we talked about is I have asked the DCAPs to come back to their division commanders and ask them what kind of training does your division need? And what I'd like to do is work with the divisions with training. And that what I'm getting at is having a crew of traveling instructors. Okay? Now, this isn't, we haven't written a book on this. Okay, so we can start brand new with this program if you want, or the outline of it. So what I'd like for y'all to do is get with your DCAPs, see what kind of training you'd like to have. Now, this is not a C school. Okay, this could be an operations training workshop. It could be an IT workshop. It could be both in 2 days, and do it that way. So it's really your program to start and follow through with. The district does have money for traveling instructors. We don't have a lot, so I don't want to start out and bust the budget the first year, but we do have some. And what I'd like to do is work with the divisions. Maybe the district pays for a hotel room, you guys pay for gas and food or whatever. I mean, that's something that we can work out together as our plan. So think about it, let's look at it. I know it can be a slow start, maybe 1 or 2 yet this year. And then hopefully the next Commodore will carry that forward, and we can get some training on the road. Not everybody is able to go to a C school. Not everybody is able to take a long weekend away from work or family. This will help alleviate that situation. So think about it, get with your DCAPs. So with that being said, I would like to have, starting with Captain Alan Moore from 8th District. Captain Alan Moore serves in the 8th Coast Guard District Prevention Division. Captain?
Sure. Thank you, Commodore. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
It's a real pleasure to be here this morning. Again, I'd like to thank Commodore and his leadership team for having us here today. It's a real honor and pleasure to be here. It's great to see everybody. I'm new to the District 8 Prevention Division. I came from D13, Marine Safety Unit, Portland. Spent some time out there. My background, I've spent tours in D1, D9 on the Great Lakes, D13. I like to say I'm kind of working my way counterclockwise, coming to D8 here. So it's great to be here. Came here a day early, had the pleasure to meet Commander Velez yesterday. go to the Clean Oceans Conference and go visit his unit afterwards and get a tour of what his missions are and meet his people. It was great. It's great to be here today. I'd like to provide some updates to you at the district. We have a big turnover this coming summer with personnel. Admiral Timmy, he extends his appreciation for everything you do, so I'd like to send that message to you all. We have a new Chief of Staff who will be coming from Sector Honolulu, Captain Eric Savani, and he'll be replacing our current Chief of Staff, Captain John Reed. I'll be replacing Captain Tracy Phillips as she retires this coming June, and in our division, we're responsible for just a multitude of prevention missions, which I'd like to share a few updates with you. It's hard to believe we're coming up on the fourth and final year of Subchapter M, towing vessel inspections, where 100% of the towing vessels are required to be certificated by the 19th of July this summer. So it's been 4 years in the making. It's hard to believe that we're finally here, but just a tremendous amount of work around the district, getting the companies in compliance. And mentioned Commander Velez, his team, they've got over 100 towing vessels in their fleet, and they've done an outstanding job, and I think they're leading the district at above 90% compliance rate. As a district, we're about 80%, and so that may seem like we're a little bit shy of where we need to be, but there's going to be some recalibration of the numbers as some of the towing vessels decide that they may lay up or other plans, and we've got a lot of towing vessel inspections scheduled. For the other missions that we perform, small passenger vessels, we're coming up on our second year of doing risk-based inspections, and that's been a big transition from how we did inspections before, and we use a lot of data and metrics to kind of focus on the highest risk vessels. And I want to share that with you because how that translates over to everything that we do, just focus on high risk based on the limited resources we have. On the marine investigation side, I mentioned Captain Phillips. She's working very hard and diligently on the Seacorp Power Marine Board investigation, which is going to be a very comprehensive report that'll be completed in the coming months. And with cybersecurity, I think you've heard a lot about that and how that ties into our marine transportation system, working with all the waterfront facilities, regulated facilities, and providing support to them should they have any type of security breach. So with that, it's exciting times in the cyber world. We're getting new cybersecurity specialists throughout the district. There's a lot of hirings going on right now, so we're pleased to see that moving forward. And we're working with Coast Guard headquarters to actually get the cybersecurity team out here to do a road show throughout the district to talk about cybersecurity, since there's so much behind it and a lot to learn about it and how we can support our maritime industry. Switching gears a little bit, I talked about the inspected vessels. On the uninspected side, I know the bread and butter is recreational boating safety. And we're coming up on the boating season. We have National Safe Boating Week coming up the 21st to the 27th of May. And as I heard through the great reports provided this morning, there's a lot of outreach and education going on. So I just encourage that strong momentum that you're building as we come up on boating season. I'd like to highlight Mr. Paul Bernard is our recreational boating safety specialist. He's featured in the Marsh and Bayou magazine. He's got an article featured on an incident that involved 2 recreational boaters who were on Lake Pontchartrain, and they endured 18 hours in a pretty horrific incident. And it was basically a story about how their boating plan didn't obviously go as planned. So in that, at the end, he kind of recaps the importance of safety checks, boating safety plans, proper communications, everything that we should be looking to highlight as we come up on National Boating Safety Week. So if you'd like to check that out, that's online. You know, coming into the job, I've had just tremendous respect and experiences working with auxiliary, as I mentioned, throughout the various districts. So I want to thank you so much for everything that you do and everything that you've done. And like I said, we heard in those reports earlier this morning, just a lot going on. So thank you for everything you do. I would like to mention that I brushed up on the Auxiliary National Strategic Plan 2020 through 2026, and also the Auxiliary Gap Analysis. When I was out in D13 at Marine Safety Unit Portland, I had a hand in that, and we gave that a lot of thought to see how we could recruit and employ local auxiliary, and we've got RBS, OUPV operations, waterfront facilities. The list goes on, and I'm so pleased to see in the strategic plan the emphasis on building that out. So whatever we can do with training and qualifications, communications, we want to support you the best we can on that. So with that, I've got a few minutes left here. I would just like to open up to see if there's any questions that I can answer. Or perhaps during the breaks, I'd be more than happy to talk on the side. Just to mention that, I was recently out in Houston for the Coastal Regions Conference, and I know this is going to be just as fantastic with the training sessions that you have lined up, and just really encourage everybody to take advantage of that, and also take advantage of the discussions that we'll have on the side. And with that, I just look forward to a wonderful event. And last but not least, I would like to thank Ms. Miles and her production team. This is truly superbly organized, so thank you for setting this up. And with that, Commodore, I'd like to turn it back over to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Captain. Okay, now we have Sector Ohio Valley update. Commander Eric Velez.
Will I follow with mine, with Pittsburgh?
You can.
Okay, I will. All right.
Okay.
All right.
They're used to me being off schedule.
Okay. Well, I'll try to be, oh, I got the 10 minutes. Great.
But if you want more, you can take
No,
more.
that's fine. Well, good morning and welcome to Steel City. I won't talk about the weather and bridges because Anthony already did that for me, so it's a great city. I just encourage you to just explore, go to the tunnel, and see the great things that this city has to offer. So, welcome. Great time to be in the Coast Guard. Great news. Before I just jump into Ohio Valley, the commandant the president just announced that they're going to nominate our next commandant, who is going to be Vice Admiral Lena Fagan. So we all very excited about it. She's a prevention background officer, so that's what probably Captain Moore and Commander Hammond, we're all very excited. Just her leadership and professionalism that she's going to bring is undoubtedly very good, and we look forward to see her taking command here in the summer. So, so with that said, Captain Beach sends his regards and apologies for not being here today. She had a prior engagement, but she wanted to make sure that I express her gratitude and thank the Coast Guard Auxiliary leadership for all the great work they do, and to remind that there is no Coast Guard without the Coast Guard Auxiliary. The job that the volunteers, Coast Guard Auxiliary does for the Coast Guard is very important, and just want to pass that to you guys. So some of the highlights that happened here at the Sector Ohio Valley, I just want to kind of highlight during this last year and this year are one of the most important is the stand-up of 3 stations here in the Western Rivers. It's for the first time in 50 years that the Coast Guard stand-up stations. So it was Station Paducah, Louisville, and Pittsburgh. Today on my right, we have BN1 Paulo. He is the station OIC of Pittsburgh. It's not the norm to have a Petty Officer First Class as a station OIC, so that talks highly of the leadership that he has, and we're proud to have him here in Pittsburgh. So the reason why we stood those stations is just give some inland rivers some equal footing to those at the coastal stations, and have that leadership at the deck level plate, and allow them to just also go to deploy and assist other units in the Western Rivers. So that's one that happened this summer, and Station Pittsburgh was officially commissioned this summer. again, that helps us with some of the missions and problems that we have here in the area, which is the illegal passenger ops that allow us to just go and do more boardings and maintain those illegal operations from occurring. During this past 6 months, we saw the first terrorist attack here in the Western Rivers. Believe it or not, there was an individual in the Huntington area, West Virginia, that decided to go on a bridge and make fake pipe bombs, let's just put it that way, and throw them on barges, hopper barges and tank barges. Of course, that caused a lot of alarm and a lot of deployment from all the federal agencies, Coast Guard, FBI, ATF. So within those 72 hours, there was a close of waterway, and they were able to apprehend the individual who did that. So there's a lot of great collaboration with other agencies to get that solved. So I don't know if that made the national news, but definitely here was a big concern, and it was something talks great of the leadership. Also, Sector Ohio Valley and MSC Nashville presented a white paper to the Coast Guard Quarter regarding the Tennessee Valley Authority operations that they were supposed to asking to be classified as commercial. The courts ruled on the Coast Guard favor, and then there was an appeal, and it went all the way to the Supreme Court, who they said the Coast Guard was right, so scoring a victory for the Coast Guard. Also from the district here, and assisting the district in Sector Ohio Valley, there was unfortunately there was a FRC that caught on fire, one of the assets during the shipyard work in Tampa, and we sent some of the folks from District 8 to help in the investigation to determine what happened there. So that was trying to get the causal factors, what happened and why we lost this asset there. Also in the Paducah area, we had the American Jazz grounded in Lake Berkeley. So there was with 120 passengers. That was definitely a scary moment for all. I think it's there was bad weather was approaching, and in Station Paducah, used also assets from the Coast Guard Auxiliary were able to evacuate those passengers and bring them to shore and keep them safe. Then that continued until the vessel was salvaged. But again, thank you for the Coast Guard Auxiliary for helping us there too. Again, the big thing is we are COVID. During the COVID, the Coast Guard Auxiliary helped us during all this events, educating people. Although we were just a little bit in our houses, we were able to deploy. It is important that to highlight that all the work that we do ensures that the 11% of the nation's stock barge that happens here and the GDP of the continued in the market and keep us the flow going of commerce here. Again, that's the last I have for station for Sector Ohio Valley. I want to thank everyone for that. So jumping to Pittsburgh. So the great city of Pittsburgh, we do have a great auxiliary here. One of the things that happened is that finally we open up. We open up our offices, and there start in-person meetings this summer. And we're happy to see that. We have several Division 7 auxiliary members that were recognized for their contributions on the 2021 Lake Arthur Regatta in Moraine State Park. Also, the Pittsburgh area auxiliary helped us during the safety zones, enforced safety zones during the events here in the pit pool. And again, it's a great asset to have them here and help us out there. They also began the regular two-boat towing training evolutions in the summer of 2021 with Station Pittsburgh. There's also the outfitting and training of a new communications trailer for ICS exercise and real events. Also, this is brought to my attention, the auxiliary already scheduled over 6 large vessel exams events for 2022. The Coast Guard Station, through the Coast Guard Auxiliary, hosted a Sea Cadet event, Station Pittsburgh, to educate the kids on our Coast Guard. Also want to highlight that we do have a great, I have a great team that works for me. I have BMC Estoya. He is our Coast Guard Auxiliary Coordinator. Unfortunately, at some point he's going to leave me, and then he's going to be passing that to MSC Schneider. He's going to be my new Coast Guard Auxiliary Coordinator here in the area. And again, I just want to I want to highlight how happy I am. I'm glad to get the invite and pass that the great work that Coast Guard Auxiliary does for us is not unnoticed. And thank you, and have a great day. Semper Paratus.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Commander. And now, our beloved Commander, Heyman from DIROX.
I'm the DIROX.
Yes, you are.
From the DIROX office. Good morning, everyone. Good morning out there, or afternoon out there on the recording. It is so very nice to be back with you all again, and really to be back without a mask. In fact, this morning when I was leaving my hotel room, there was a moment when I almost felt wrong not having my mask on. So definitely shows the trauma there. But I really today want to spend some time talking, really focusing on the fact that we've got the Flotilla Leadership Course students here. That sometimes gets overlooked, and we bring them in and we announce them and we let them watch what's going on, but unless you know what's going on, it's hard to figure out what's going on, right? There's still, I bet you all have a lot of questions about what you saw and how that works, and so I'll touch on a few of those things today. So I want to say that I really appreciated seeing and hearing the discussion last night and about the comms trailer and how that's going to work. For those of you that have heard me bang the podium and talk about spending money and showing your members how the Coast Guard uses it, the auxiliary uses its money, how members are supported, how initiatives and ideas are brought forward, it's really important to see how that works. So for those of you in the class, what you didn't see was last night at the pre-board meeting or 30 days ago when the board members were presented with this idea to talk about and think about. Then at the pre-board meeting in the evening before, there's a lot of conversation that happens so that when we get here today, the vote can happen and be recorded for recording processes. But it's all a very open discussion. Members can express consent or dissent or concern about it. The discussion period does allow for that. And if there were members that disagreed with the way the board was going to spend that district, that's district money that's being spent. That's real money that is coming from the district coffers. That if there was concerns with how that was spent or how that would be managed, then those conversations are open and free to be made and to be had. So that's a way, and it's a demonstration of how to use the process. If you have an idea, if your flotilla, if your division has a great idea and wants to do something, but just frankly doesn't have the money or have the help, you can raise a proposal through the board system to get that help or to get that money. You saw this morning, I'm sorry, I forget who it was, maybe it was Ron talking about, he clearly said that his divisions were looking for help putting on that event. What was it, Hell or High Water?
Hijack or weekend.
Hijack or what, weekend? All right, so that's how this works. He got up here and he not only highlighted the great work that his divisions were doing, but he said, we need help. So I hope that every one of you took a note down there and said, hey, I know members that would be interested in supporting that or want operational hours. So that's how these meetings are. It's not just about getting up here and reporting and everyone's tuning out about what's happening. That's the importance of these meetings, and it's the importance of the flotilla leadership class seeing how that works, because you have to learn how this organization works in that way. And I hope that you all saw the fun and the laughter, and that was so nice to see come back. I really witnessed in my time as the director in 3 years, pre-COVID, then all this COVID, and then now. It's been a good block to see that whole process, because these events are important. There's a reason why the Coast Guard spends my office funds, the travel, for all of these people, all the division commanders, the production staff. There's a reason why I choose to invest my money and the taxpayers' money, essentially, in this event, so that we can get together, so that division commanders can learn from each other, so that we can have a camaraderie that is difficult to build otherwise. We have to accept that that's it. And don't be shy of that. Don't be shy of the fact that fellowship is one of the 4 pillars of the auxiliary membership. There are members that join because they're looking for a connection. They're looking for a connection to their community, to their nation, but frankly, just to another person. And we found in COVID, there really are members out there that they're on their own. Maybe they're living by themselves, and that loss of community at their meetings or at their events really impacted them. So don't overlook that either, the importance of coming to these meetings and helping your members come to those meetings and understand why it's important. So, and to that effect, I would say it can be a little bit dry, but I would recommend using the recordings of these meetings. They're online right now, but you can always play these at division meetings or at flotilla meetings and just show what's happening. Even if it's just to teach people about the process of voting, you could show that 3-minute block of voting on the minutes from the last session to teach your members how this works and what happens at the board meeting. Same thing for the national meetings. All the national meetings are now recorded, really thanks to many of the members from your very own production staff bringing that quality of production to the national board meetings as well, that you can now watch those things online and share those with your divisions and with your members. Again, you don't have to watch 2 hours of the national board meeting. You can watch 5 minutes. You can watch 2 minutes. You can watch one bit of the session. So for those of you that know me, I usually have a black book that I'm furiously scurrying notes. Today I tried a new method, so I've got some sticky notes here. But it's going well. So I want to touch back on some of the things I heard, again, to highlight the fact that how to use these meetings and why they're so important. I hope you all heard, I know you all heard, I hope you all let it sink in. The many, many exciting things that were happening from your district captains and what they shared, because that really is the kind of thing that should fire you up to go back home and say, hey, you know, over there in Division 12, they're doing whatever. Oh, by the way, Bob Clancy in Division 6 has this thing called an operations plan going on. What is that? Can you call Bob Clancy and figure out what that is, right? That's the point of sharing these things. That's the value of listening to those conversations. And I would recognize that in the West, there were 5, I counted, there's probably more, major things that were highlighted that represent a return to normal, right? Which is so great to hear. Derby Week, Thunder over Louisville, Paddle Fest, River Fest, the Reds opening day. Those activities are the old normal. But when I heard those, I was really overjoyed, and I hope you all were too, to hear that that's bringing those things back. And also, I don't know what it was. Oh, I wanted to highlight Division 8 and Debbie Guffey, and the work she's been doing with Paducah is a phenomenal work. That's a challenging area, challenging flotillas down there, a lot of strong personalities in a good way. But that's a great example for those of you that don't see it. Some divisions are city-centric. Some divisions are really spread out geographically. And Debbie has a challenge of these 3 flotillas that are somewhat stepping on themselves. But that's the division commander's job, to be coordinating that work, and she does. And working and getting those 3 flotillas working with one unit can be a challenge. And that's certainly a leadership challenge to be thinking about as you move forward as in division commanders and vices, what that role is. It's not just to be reporting and passing things up along the way, it's to be leading that division. And so I heard some conversation about that, and I know personally, particularly with the American Jazz event, that was important to bring 3 different flotillas and also external members into that division, essentially. And Debbie working to make sure these external units are integrated and working well there. All right, see, I'm moving on. And I got 1 minute left, but I'm gonna take more. I'm gonna take it. You know me. Right. I'll take more. Okay. So I want to talk on training money. We talked about that quite a bit today. And again, back to my point of what I choose as a director to invest my money in is really important and indicative of what's important to the Coast Guard. Okay, so it's important to the Coast Guard to bring people together to do these events. It's important to the Coast Guard to support training opportunities for auxiliarists. So the Coast Guard spends a significant amount of money. The Coast Guard itself, the federal government, a significant amount of money on the sea school training that is provided and offered, and I know there's never enough. And I know it feels like your members can't get in and we can't get people to them, and it's challenging. But there's also, I mean, think of the other 40,000 auxiliarists out there. There's a lot to go around. But the money that I hold at my unit is really meant also for that training and support. So as the Commodore mentioned, he's asking you to think about collectively training events. I pushed, because of the stations coming back to the sector is really important. I want you all that are near a station to think about that and maximizing and leveraging that impact. Your friends on the coast, they know the value of having a station right down the street. They just go in, volunteer, or they do boat ops, or they're used, or they need them to be doing training evolutions. You guys are not necessarily used to that to some extent. When you create a station versus a boathouse, as we used to have, you now create an independent entity. You have an OIC who's thinking about, hey, how do I engage my guys? How do I take care of this? How do I act as an independent unit and get coordinated and work together? So I challenged the OTO, and frankly, I'm hoping he's gonna wow us all. I'm gonna put him on the spot. I challenged the OTO a while ago to be thinking about that for this spring, because there's money to be spent, and I know it sometimes doesn't feel like it, but there is money to be spent on training. And we're not talking, again, not about sea schools. We're talking about just getting a handful of auxiliarists down to the station. Or if you've got a boat on a lake that you guys are training on, maybe it's asking the station to send somebody out. Station probably doesn't have money to fund per diem for that member to go out and spend 2 days with you riding around on boats. The director's office does. But you gotta know how to ask, right? Talk to the unit, talk to the division commanders. Division commanders talk to the DCAPs and the Commodore to get that money or figure out how to ask for it. Or hey, can the district fund this travel? Can maybe the director's office talk to the station and see if we can get somebody out there if you don't have a connection at the station directly. And I would highlight Rick Shaw is your sector coordinator. He's probably one of the better contacts to really start with. If you're planning an event or a training day on a lake in the middle of Ohio, but there's no clear Coast Guard station nearby, Rick Shaw is the guy that you would go to and say, hey, Rick, how could we do this, or could we get a Coast Guard boat to come down and work with us? And then Rick can start those conversations or guide you to the right place, okay? That's how that works, and I want to encourage you to do that. And when it feels like you need money to make that happen, if you need money for lunches, if you need money for dinners, or to print out training materials, those are certainly the kind of things that my office can and should be investing in. So that's to think about money in that way. And I will wrap up for now to give you the tiny bit of update on the office and a bit of farewell. So be aware, please, that we're going to have a very turbulent summer between my office in St. Louis and your office here in St. Louis, and the office in Louisville that supports the eastern region. However, luckily, you've got two gentlemen that are going to smooth those ways, smooth that water, definitely knowledgeable and experienced cuttermen and boatmen that know how to make this work out well. So I'll say with that, there'll be a switch out of the OTO, but he'll talk about it. Bosun Tracy's not going very far. So just be mindful of that transition. Things are going to change a little bit, and every OTO is a little bit different. But we also warn every new OTO to be careful of but Bosun Tracy always used to let me do it this way, right? Those guys, they know. So be careful of that. Don't take advantage of it, and I don't think anyone will, but I have to say it does happen. There are members that try to take advantage of that. But be mindful of that transition, as well as my transition. My replacement is coming from Kodiak, Alaska. Your leadership had a chance to meet him last night on a video call. Unfortunately, coming here is difficult from Kodiak, Alaska. I had that ability to come early myself, which was really helpful. But he is excited. This was his, just like me, This may be his retirement tour, but it was his first choice tour to come to St. Louis, so he's excited. He wants to be part of this. He, like me, the auxiliary was part of his career beginning and part of his experience throughout his career. I'll let him explain that when you meet him, but have faith in him that he is going to do well and be invigorated and energized to support you all. For your awareness, Laura and Rhonda are in a very challenging time operationally and personally, so if you're waiting on something from the office, continue to please use your patience and grace. The best way to talk to them is by email. I know Laura will answer the phone just because that's Laura. I can't make her stop answering the phone. But she really, that does interrupt what she's doing most times. She's very diligent about answering her email and getting back to you all as needed. So in particular, as you're getting back home, if you were on orders to be here, we're all working through a new orders processing and financial system. So send her an email if you have a question. She's also, be mindful, I have 2 regions, so you have your DTRAIN this week, there's 1 week in between, and then the next week is the Western's DTRAIN. So Laura's doing the same thing for 2 regions by herself, essentially. As much as Rhonda helps, it's Laura that does the financial work in the office. So be patient, understand that. And I'll put a pitch in, if you are in a financial extremis because of this travel, or because you're not getting paid on time, or there's a slow, let Laura know, but also remember to talk to your chain of leadership, because there are options such as CGMA, or even the district in a pinch might be able to support you if you're having trouble with a financial obligation because of this event. And I will talk about it Saturday night, but I will just say thank you all for a fantastic tour. It was interesting. It was not what any of us expected because of COVID, but it was wonderful. And I really did try to stay on for another 2 years, but they really did not let me. So I am happy to go. I have a new adventure planned, but I'm definitely sad to be leaving and not really being able to see through a number of projects that were really important to me. So I will leave it at that. I think I hit all the notes, and I will see you the rest of the week. Oh, wait, no. I always forget something. I do have a note. We're going to do you're going to see some awards happening tomorrow, tonight and tomorrow. But I wanted to highlight because we had Commander Velez here, and although he wasn't part of this operation, he was representing Sector Ohio Valley on this, and I know you didn't. But just to raise awareness, because the members aren't here, we're not going to read the whole citation, but just to highlight, again, some of the things that happened. I didn't hear it mentioned here, but last fall, September 21st, Jim Draper and Cam Miller, does anyone know those folks? Any of those fine gentlemen? Right? So they were really recognized by the sector commander with the Medal of Operational Merit for their operations on Lake Cumberland. They were in Hammond Creek, and they came across a woman who was in distress in the water. As you know, when you see these groups of people raft up, she had jumped in the water, she had a pool noodle, and she had gotten separated from her group, and as it was a ruckus party kind of area in this busy creek, and no one was paying attention to the fact that this woman was by herself. Is she speaking to us? Are you here now with us, ma'am? If you're here now, blink twice. So she had been separated from her vessel and really from the float up or the raft up that was around her. And she was really clearly getting to the distress point. So Cam and Jim were at the end of a long patrol, but they found this woman, they pulled her out of the water, they assisted her and got her back to her crew. She really was in distress, but she did not seek medical attention. She declined it from them. They provided what they could. And she, on her social media site, has recognized them as saving her life. And in their opinion, I think they did. And in my opinion, I think they did as well. She was really overwhelmed and dehydrated and getting cold at that point. So that will go out to their division commander, who owns those gentlemen. All right, so you'll see their awards and their medals in your package when you leave tomorrow night. So if you see those guys, certainly thank them. If you're watching, thank you guys so much. You saved a life. You really should be proud of that and recognized for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commander. Those are some good words, and congratulations to those 2 auxiliaries to save that woman's life. I read that report, and it could have been a very heartbreaking story. So thank you again. Okay, so let's see where I'm at. It's not my eyesight, it's the glare. Believe me, it's the glare. Okay, so Coast Guard Station Pittsburgh, BM1 Christian DePaulo. I pronounced that correct, right? Yes, you did. Very good, thank you. Thank you very much, welcome.
So hello everyone. So once again, I'm BM1 Christian Apollo. Thank you, Commodore. Thank you for having me here today. This is a special event here, what happened in Pittsburgh over with the station and the new commissioning. So we have 5 new stations. I'll talk about those a little bit, kind of talk about myself, and talk about how much the auxiliary was responsible for where the station is today, especially here in the Pittsburgh area. So, like I said, BM1 Christian Apollo, I started out at Station Mayport down in Jacksonville, Florida, and then I went to the Coast Guard Cutter James, which is a new national security cutter. I had the privilege of commissioning her out of Charleston, South Carolina, and then I got to go to beautiful Myrtle Beach at Georgetown, Station Georgetown. It was there as the operations and the training petty officer where I worked with the auxiliary quite a bit. And then from there, I was blessed with taking over as the officer in charge of commissioning and the first officer in charge of Station Pittsburgh. So there are 5 new stations. For those that don't know, I know Commander mentioned Louisville, Paducah, but we also have new stations in Memphis and St. Louis. So with these new 5 stations, you know, the boat's never left, right? Those of you who obviously have been here a while, more longer than I have. So the boats have never gone anywhere, but there was a restructure, right? The dynamic that, you know, Commander offered for having a new station, it just adds the certified officer in charge. It offers a little bit more perspective of getting the boats underway and the training opportunities, and especially working with the auxiliary is all part of that. So with that, station, when I got here last June and put with this responsibility, we only have 8 people here. At the station, it's a smaller station. Some have 8, some have 10. But with that, out of the 8 of us, there was only 6 of us were all brand new. Right? There was only 2 people that stayed on that knew this AOR, that knew the training that it takes. So, you know, when we get trained, it takes time, it takes effort, it takes everyone involved. For me to get 2 boats underway, it takes almost everyone I have in my unit to do training. And, you know, liaising with BMC, Stoya over there did an awesome job helping us out. But without y'all's support and getting underway last year and doing the flotillas, getting underway, doing 2-boat training with us, getting the certifications, the necessary training to earn the certification, Station Pittsburgh wouldn't exist. We wouldn't be capable of doing what we did last year. Station Pittsburgh did over 260 recreational safety boardings in just last boating season. We did over 380 maritime security response operations. You know, that's pretty impressive numbers for something of this small with a very, 6 months that we can get underway with how the weather is here. And that's all thanks to every one of you, and especially, you know, the divisions and the flotillas in this area. And I know that was seen throughout the sector, and I'm sure it was utilized throughout the Western Rivers. And with these new stations, the Coast Guard has really made a strive and a commitment to the Western Rivers. You know, there's always been MSUs here, there's always been inspections, and we've had boats and we've had some law enforcement activities and having capabilities here, but, you know, without the station is renewed commitment to this area and what they offer. So I don't really have too much else to pass. You know, I want to encourage, as we continue this commission, you know, this is not going to be an overnight thing. It hasn't been a 6-month thing. It's not going to be a year thing to get where we need to be. And I look forward to continued support throughout the area, working with Liaison, working with our local partners to get us to where we need to be. So please, I encourage you to reach out to me after this if you want to talk about our capabilities, talk about training opportunities. Something that we're doing here locally in Pittsburgh is some of you may be familiar with is the NASBLA, National Association of Safe Boating courses throughout the area. The locals have really opened up here and wanted classes. They wanted boat operator safety classes, and Auxiliary can help with that. You guys can be instructors. You know, if you're a certified coxswain, you can be utilized to help teach those classes. I'm happy to do that here in the Pittsburgh area. Like I said, I only have 8 of us. I only have 2 coxswains at the moment. I can only teach 8 people at a time. Some of these agencies are just begging for training out on the water, and that's just another opportunity for the auxiliary to liaison with, you know, the active duty folks, the station folks, and just like Commander said, you know, I'll travel. You know, if you guys want to have a big AOR, we go to Wheeling a lot. We go all over the place. So please don't hesitate to reach out. Don't hesitate to get a card from me on the way out. I'm always happy to take a phone call, happy to answer an email. But without further ado, does anyone have any questions for me or anything about the new stations, capabilities, anything like that? No? All right. Well, please feel free to reach out for me afterwards. Thank you, Commodore. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. All right. Thank you, Bosun. Oh, my turn. Oh boy, this is a fun one. Okay, so first off, I'd like to thank the flotilla leadership students once again. This is your future. You know, a while back in December, I had the opportunity to go to a ceremony on December 7th, Evansville, Indiana. It made me think, that was 80 years ago, 1941. Where was the auxiliary in 41? It was only a couple years old. So of course I did what every baby boomer would do. I Googled it. I got a whole list of articles, but if you Google auxiliary Pearl Harbor, you will find a wealth of information. But there happened to be this one story that was written, and it had a chronological time frame of what the auxiliary did when, basically, in story form. So the attack happened. Within that day, that afternoon, the auxiliary was out on the water. There happened to be a flotilla in Hawaii. They were out making sure that, you know, their people were good, people that were still alive were okay, and doing patrols. Well, at the same time, there was flotillas on the East Coast, out in the Chesapeake or, you know, out in the bays over there doing patrols, making sure that there wasn't any enemy submarines coming from the other coast. There was auxiliary units on the west coast of California doing the same thing. So it got me wondering, you know, we've been through a lot of things over the years, over these last 80 years, but we're coming out of a pandemic. We were told to stop everything we were doing for a good 9 months. I know that. We couldn't do anything. Then it was slowly starting back in. We're getting through it now. I think we're on the downhill side. We're coming out of it. My point to you is, what are they going to talk about? How are they going to write about us in 80 years? What's the story going to be? The story is your narrative. It's for you to write today. So whatever you do today is going to influence the people in 10, 20, 30 years that are going to be going through the same things we've gone through. So let's make a positive impact. Let's get out there. Let's get our job done. Let's enjoy. Let's fellowship. Let's do what we're supposed to do. And get out there, recruit. Make sure everybody's got a job. And let's get back to work. That's what I'd like to see. Let's get back to training. Let's send some of these instructors out on the road. Let's get these people going. Think about your members. It was said before, you know, there are some members out there that, you know, they lost their fellowship. That is a big thing in the auxiliaries, fellowship, and we've all suffered that loss. So get out there, have picnics, have get-togethers, you know, do boat training, you know, 3 and 4 boats. Do whatever you got to do. Let's just get back out there. I'm tired of sitting around the house waiting. Okay, so with that, I'll move on. Okay, so a couple of programs we got going. I want to talk about the ship store. Last year at NACON, for some reason, we were asked to have the ship store at NACON. Now, for some of you that may not know what NACON is, it's a national conference in Orlando, Florida. It's where we bring in literally people from all over the world. Last year, there were supposed to be, I believe, admirals from Japan and a couple other places, which meant that because the admiral from Japan was there, our admiral had to be there. We have to match that level. Well, unfortunately, they canceled NACON because of COVID and other concerns. So we had all this product from NACON. So Teresa did a fantastic job. We're back to zero on the budget for the ship store. We're gaining momentum. So because NACON was canceled, they said, okay, well, since you didn't do NACON and you have all this product, do InTrain. Okay, so for those of you that don't know, InTrain is a national training where they bring in Commodores and DSOs and directors and directorates from all over the nation. So she held the ship store there, and I tell you what, it looked like Amazon in that room. It was packed, and she goes out of her way. Now we have some products, and you'll see them in the ship store that she has made that's specific to us. She did $1,100 a day at InTrain, which is phenomenal. Okay, so she's back in the blue or in the black and doing good. So next time you see her, she's out doing her CA certification, her culinary assistant certification out the unit today and tomorrow. But when you see her, pat her on the back because she's doing a phenomenal job. Okay, CA is another program that Teresa heads up. Okay, one more thing about ship store. I just remembered this. We had like 3 or 4 Commodores come up from different districts asking her to do their ship store at their conferences. She also had people call in because members were walking around with their phones, videoing things and showing their spouses at home, saying, what do you want? This is awesome stuff. She even had a request to do online orders. Can we call you and order this and you ship it to us? Well, that was a little much, but anyway, I just thought I'm just so proud of her. So CA, a culinary assistant, which used to be food service, that's another program that she heads up. Last year we helped support 8 Western and along with some members in 8 Coastal to do work on the Muskegum. Worked out very well. Tom, you were involved in that. Good job. I appreciate that. We have recently been asked to go to the 9s. I don't think that panned out, but they asked us. We were ready to go. We had 2 or 3 people ready to go. We were asked to go to New Orleans. I don't think that panned out. But the point that I'm making is you should be proud of your CA department and your members. People are coming to us to help them. Now, the important part of that is the teamwork involved. We are not just 8 Eastern. We are part of the 8th district, which is western and coastal. If you look at the map, the 8th district is the largest district. I mean, we have the whole center of the United States, from the Canadian border all the way down to the Gulf of Mexico. That's huge. I don't have the stats. I don't want to, start spouting numbers, but that's a huge amount of water and members. Since I became chief of staff, I partnered up with 8 Western and 8 Coastal. We became very good friends. We worked together. We were on the phone. We talked to each other, pretty much a couple times a month to see what's going on, to see if we can help each other out. And that's what it's about. The importance of DTRAIN, the National Training Conference in St. Louis, is you get to partner up with your other DCOs. We've got 2 of them here today, Commodore Godsaw and Commodore Slayball from the 9s. That's around the Lake Erie area. And since the 8s have partnered up, the 9s, and there's one missing, there's another one, have partnered up. And since we got together at DTRAIN, because this was the first DTRAIN we had since COVID, so now the 8s and the 9s are partnering up. And that's what we need to look at. We're doing it on a district level. And I would love to see the division commanders do the same thing. Partner up with your other division commanders and communicate. That's what it's all about. The 9s said, hey, you got a couple CAs that can help us? We got a guy here with a broken leg. He can't work for 6 weeks. Sure, we'll help you out. Division commanders can do the same thing. And I know we have been on operations. We cross over district boundaries to do boat work. I myself went down to Lake Guntersville last year and did some patrols to help them out. It was a blast. Had a blast. So that's the kind of thing we need to look forward to and to get our people to think about. Our members, everybody says the deck plate are the people that work. Well, it is. It's not me. I'm not telling you guys what to do. You guys are telling me what you're doing. And I'm saying, go get it. Hey, what kind of help do you need? Just like I'd like to get this traveling instructor thing going. What do you need? That's what the district is for. Okay? Clergy, another program. At DTRAIN, they stated we had almost 100 clergymen throughout the United States. Now, that's a very young program. It's only like 5 years old. The Gold side loves it. They were using the Navy. You were using the Navy clergy, right? Well, now they have auxiliarists there, and it's growing every day. So if you have anybody in the clergy that would like to join and be a part of that program, please get them. They need them. We need them. We even have today in our presence a lay leader, Frank Smith, Flotilla Leadership Course. Still another program for the auxiliary. Okay. I'm going to touch on VEs real quick, but I'm not going to say much about it because that's a numbers kind of thing. Last couple of years, there was a group of vessel examiners that went to Lake Cumberland due to a need because the houseboat rental agencies were getting in trouble. They got slapped a big fine for not being in compliance. Gold side came in and said, we need help. Houseboat rental agent said, we need help. So they went in, got them straightened out. The fines weren't so much. And then word came down that we couldn't do houseboats, anything over 65 feet. Well, that killed that form of VE. So I got with Captain Beach and we talked about it via email, and we came out and found a walk around on that. And so we're now able to do houseboats over 65 feet under certain restrictions, which is a good thing because houseboat rentals are huge on some of our big lakes. So I won't go into the restrictions. I personally don't know all of them. Carl Mossbaugh is the lead on that. Carl, you've done a fantastic job over the years. Thank you very much.
In relation to the houseboat?
Yes.
I'm pretty close to Division 4, one particular platoon, and I swore to the membership and Nick that I wasn't going to be happy until I got some relief on houseboats, and we did.
Yes, good, yeah. And that takes a team effort. It wasn't just me. I mean, and that's the way this system works. There was an issue. We dealt with the issue, problem solved. May not be complete, but the fact is 65 feet was what I'm told was just an arbitrary number. They had to stop it somewhere, so 65 came up. Plus, houseboats or vessels over 65 feet have more complex systems that we're not trained in looking at, so that's what the restrictions are. So if you're interested in that or need more information, get with Carl, okay? Okay, so the production team and the leadership got to meet the new director coming in. I tell you what, he looks like he's about 25 years old. But he has to be more because he's been in 27 years? Is what he said? 27 years, so, okay, so he's 35.
I didn't mention he's
Okay.
a pilot, so go
Yeah,
with the
he's a pilot, you know, you got something in common there, Nick, and some of the other pilots out there. So he's you know, like Commander said, he asked for this duty. We're always happy to have people that want to help us. You know, so, you know, let's welcome him in when he gets here, show him, you know, the auxiliary way. He hasn't had much to do with the auxiliary in a number of years, though he was basically recruited by an auxiliarist to go into the gold side, and he has. So he started his tour due to the auxiliary. Let's give him a pleasant experience at the end of his career, even though he is young. I only wish I would have done that. I really don't have anything else that I have written down, so I will pass this mic on to Chris Whitaker, our Chief of Staff.
Yep, it's time for the Chief of Staff's update. Only pages and pages and pages. Nothing to worry about, shouldn't take but 4 or 5 hours. You don't mind, do you? You can say yes, it's okay.
He's going to ignore you anyway.
As a matter of fact. All right, on to the Chief of Staff. Lynn Miles, our DAA, and Richard Miles, our DPL, haven't submitted any reports to me, but that's okay because they work for the Commodore. They don't work for me anyway. But they have been very busy setting up conferences and figuring out how we're going to handle the rest of this year and next year, and figuring out who their replacements are going to be, all those important details that have to be taken care of. The Auxiliary Chaplain Service has just changed who our DSO ACS is, and he's just getting started. He hasn't been sending me a lot of reports yet, but our previous DSO in that was keeping us informed, and our chaplain service is growing. Our computer services person, Elaine Cornell, has not been sending me reports yet either. She's still breaking into doing that, but I know from her ADSO that she's working at keeping our website up to date and taking care of all those important details. Gerlindy Higginbotham, who handles our diversity, She says that the 3 ups are the extended time we can include in activities to the 2020 NACO 3-Star Award Excellence in Diversity submissions. We can include DB tasks from January 2020 through March 2021. Also, modification of the number of tasks need to be completed in each program. Extension to submit the 2020 3-Star Awards. And this is a recent report. Interesting. Anyway, and they've developed a spotlight on diversity and inclusion message to go out to all the DV officers. 3 down. Fortunately, she only had 2 downs. Lack of interest and motivation from a couple of divisions and flotillas, and increase in the SOs and FSOs in diversity to take care of that problem. Our finance officer, Mark Deaver, says we're solvent. Very important issue for finance. Our culinary assistants. Matt took most of my thunder on that one, but that's okay. Teresa Smith has been busy keeping our people deployed and getting more training. And we also have more requests. As he mentioned, we've had requests for Detroit, New Orleans, and the Coast Guard Cut of Wichita. I think all of those have been handled one way or another. Human Resources, Anita Daniel. Earlier on, she said the district was down 1, but I think we've handled that, and I think we're now back up above where we were last year. It was interesting at New Orleans. We were talking to the district commander, and we were given a nice spreadsheet. He was given the spreadsheet. We got a chance to look at it before he got it. And we have 3 subparts to our district, coastal, western, and eastern. Coastal and western look like this, looking over the past few years. 8th Eastern's a nice straight line. We have buried very little in our membership over the last several years, so we're doing good, and we need to thank our Human Resources team for that effort. They do have more applications coming through. They have some processed. Applications are being processed very timely. The AAMS system leads are being handled very timely. They're forwarding them as fast as they come in. Tommy Thomas, our branch chief, and Anita both appreciate his tracking and sharing the report with me. Some divisions are doing very well at following up on the leads. Some need a little extra nudging. Gary Campbell is stepping up to SOHR for 8202, Division 2. So this will help smooth out the process. We're running about the same percentage of members in AP status. I love it when she gives percentages. 11.29%, which is 103 people. Hopefully this is a topic of discussion with member training and staff and elected leadership. Information systems, Deanne Rodenberg, working with various members across the district to get passwords and logged into aux data. The DSOIS and DIRO cannot certify a member for changing their status until core training and BQC2 is complete. So people need to be sure they get that stuff taken care of and let her know what's going on. This affects members who joined after February 2018. A new feature in aux data 2 is one-click reports available under the More button and then reports. Our DSO legal, Keith Blosser, has been busy keeping us legal, signing well, I shouldn't say signing, but looking over hotel contracts and keeping us straight and taking care of making some presentations for some DTRAIN. Materials, Teresa Smith again. You heard all kinds of great stuff about her. She's keeping the store going good, and they did a very good business at DTRAIN. I know, because I helped support them at DTRAIN. Okay, publications, Raymond Lorenz. Welcome to spring. The spring 2022 Heartland Guardian has gone out. He's asking all the PBs to get it out to the membership so that everybody sees our Heartland Guardian. Flotilla Commanders, he will send a direct copy to people so they can, if they don't have an FSO publications, they can get it out. But we want our publications to go out to everybody. HR and anybody who is actively recruiting new members, share the newsletter, please. It shows what we're doing and it has a lot of good ideas in it. Another reason for people to look at that newsletter and share it is so that our whole district can look at what's going on across it and do some of the good things that are happening in other areas. Flotilla commanders, division commanders, put the newsletter on your meeting agenda. Talk about what's going on. Make it a point to see who received it and who reads it. Some are having it go directly to spam. They need to adjust their email. So take a look at that kind of stuff. Our Secretary of Records, Roseanne Doremus, is busy keeping the minutes of the meeting and posting them as required, and she's happy not to be involved more than that.
Sorry.
You know her well, huh?
Did I laugh out loud?
All right. Auxiliary paddlecraft, we've had a change. Our new DSO auxiliary paddlecraft is Lori Allen. She's getting her feet wet, figuring out what needs to be done, and she's trying to keep up with that. Auxiliary Sea Scouts, Anthony Waters has taken over as DSO AS to that. He hasn't sent me a report, so if you have any questions about what's going on Sea Scouts, he's right there. You can ask him. And yes, he's running out the door right now, I understand. But he too is new at the position, so he's happily figuring out what he's doing and going forward with that. Marine Safety, John Phillips. Although he's new at it, we've buried him with a ton of work because we told him who to contact ahead of time to figure out what he was doing, and he got all kinds of information. He sent me some stuff. Marine Safety Officers. The 8ER website is now up to date. Correct the names of Marine Safety staff and officers, and he's got quite a nice list of staff on there. Final version of the 8ER Marine Safety staff. Found, he says it's found in enclosure 2. Well, you don't have enclosure 2, sorry. It's on the website. One of our divisions still needs a Marine Safety officer. Common Assessment and Reporting Tool Program, had a conversation with the Commodore about the project and agreed would provide him with a brief memo outlining what he knew and what he thought needed to be done to establish the program. Uninspected Passenger Vessels Program, Divisions 12 and 24 are very active working with MSD Nashville on their UPV examination program. Division 12 has been tasked by Nashville to teach other auxiliaries in the area, and beginning with first class April 4th. So you've already started your first class then?
It's delayed.
Delayed, okay.
It may now.
But you're working on it though? Okay. Division 24, SO Keith Ridgway has 4 members who have completed the AUX UPV training and now need only supervised examinations to receive qualification, so that's going good. Tom Jumer has agreed to participate to board certify a new AUX UPV at MSD Cincinnati later this month or early next month. Let me just keep moving right along. Member training, Duncan Wilkinson has been working with the conference planning team to figure out what training is needed and what wanted, and to arrange for it to happen at the spring DTRAIN. Things like introductions to DSOs, risk management, AUXPAT, AUXCOM, emergency management, division commander and vice commander training, and of course the flotilla leadership course, just to name a few. Navigation systems, Clyde Miller is waiting for the weather to warm up and then get back on the water and start checking out the aids to navigation. Program visitor, Jim Armour, has sent no report. Public Affairs, Ron Argo, has sent me no report recently, but I know he's been busy keeping our affairs very public. No laughter? Geez, you guys are hard. Public Education, John Franco. Yeah, I can mess up his report because he's sitting there watching me. He went to DTRAIN and got a lot of good information. He's got accomplishments in recruitment and retention. Division 6 has 6 new instructors and 1 additional close to finishing. Program performance narrative, it's nice to see the course offering and participation has picked up. Hopefully this trend will continue and they'll see more activity. Known problems, we need to improve communications back from the FSOs and SOs. There is still some hesitancy in performing person-to-person classes, so online. Action items, need to contact the SOs that have not sent in reports. The state liaison officer is vacant, so we can't say a whole lot about that. Vessel Examination Officer Carl Mossbaugh sent me a nice little report, lots of numbers. The nice part of it is that there are 2 divisions who are really doing things. And I say that because so far we only have 283 vessel safety checks done in our district so far. So hopefully we'll be getting more of those. One of the divisions has 7 mass vessel safety checks scheduled starting on the 23rd of April. Nobody else has told them. So if your division is planning on doing some mass vessel safety check areas, please turn that report in. Let Carl know what's going on so he can help support you. Cold weather, ice, and high water have been issues in some areas. We don't have that problem in Alabama. It's fine.
Oh, because you didn't send the report in, you know.
Yeah, well, you know. Oxair sent no report. Oxair flight safety. We were happy to report there were no aviation accidents or incidents during March of 2022. Our chief QE, you guys don't want to know who he is. Anyway, our chief qualification examiner coordinator, Chris Whitaker, decided to give you a brief history. In 2002, we had 60 qualification examiners servicing 14 divisions. We now have 14 examiners servicing 12 divisions. So our examiner corps is a little on the light side. And at least 2 of those are likely to retire this year. We only have 2 QEs in training at this point in time. So at this point, we have a 0 growth in the QE department, even though it's down as far as it is. One of the interesting notes of this little report is that of the 60 examiners that we had in 2002, 6 of those are still working with us doing examinations. So 10% have managed to hang around. We need assistance. We need to find new qualification examiner candidates so we can evaluate them, get them trained up, and so that we don't have as much trouble getting out to get people checked off. And remember, we've had 2 years of basically not getting people checked off, so the backlog is getting pretty significant, even though they have pushed it down the road a couple of times. And all that does is push it down the road, and it still has to get done. So keep in mind, we need new qualification examiners. If you have any questions or concerns, please check with your local qualification examiners, the QE coordinators, or contact the chief QE coordinator and let him know. He'll be more than happy to work with you. Emergency management team, Fred Gilman, is just getting started. He's been sending out notices on weather warnings, and he's been keeping the leadership informed and up to date. We talked to him earlier this weekend, and he's figuring out exactly what we want him to do and how he's going to be doing it. Operations, Randy Ventris. Several divisions are conducting risk management and TCT training this month. He's continually checking the website for broken links and current information. And he needs your semi-annual PPE reports. Please be sure all your division operations officers get those to him because they are due April the 15th. Telecommunications, Randy Hawkins. He sent me no report, but he's still working on the high sites. Auxiliary Sector Coordinator, he's going to come up here and talk in a few minutes, so I won't ruin things and read his report for him. And with that, that concludes the Chief of Staff report.
Thanks, Chris. A lot of good information there. At this time, I would like to call for a 10-minute break, if that's okay with everybody. No. Okay. 10 minutes, be back at 10:10, please.
When?
I'm sorry. 10:20. 10:20. 10:25. 10:25. Well, call it 10.
trying to accomplish?
Well, that's why, no, we're good. We're already down to here, and it's only 10 o'clock.
So where do you want me to tell them for the hotel?
I'm hoping to be out by 11:30. Okay, so that gives us an hour. So we got. We're going to be close to noon.
Are we?
Yeah, I'd say we're going to be close to
Yeah,
noon.
because okay.
The best thing to do is come back in a. It's 10:13. So we come back at 25. That gives me 5 there. Probably, I'll give him 10. Duncan's 10. Ops, both of those will be 10 or 10. And then say 5 there.
Are you going to introduce Tracy?
Who?
I mean, have Tracy introduce this morning or this afternoon?
No, he's right here. Operations update.
Not update, introducing the new guy.
Yeah, I'm going to let them both talk.
Okay, good.
Yeah, that's
So
right.
he comes off the afternoon.
Yes, I'm going to go talk to him right now.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, I was.
So that'll take a hard time to 12.
And then we'll get out probably an hour earlier this afternoon. And I'm having CGIs do it now. I don't want to get it. Yeah.
Yeah, I would with everybody in here.
Yeah. So we'll do CGIS here. That takes an hour off of this afternoon.
Okay. Have you told him I'll go talk?
Yeah, we already got it worked out. Him and Patrick, we already got it worked out. Yeah. So I'm putting him in there. 10, 20, 30, 40. We should be getting out about 11:30, quarter to. Okay.
I'll tell him to start expecting people about orders.
Because I'm going to tell David, give me, if he thinks he ran like 30 minutes last night.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is text you what time the restaurant will be open.
And then I'll make it, okay, that's fine. Then I can either stretch it out.
Right.
People aren't going to mind if they have 10 minutes before they can go.
Right, right, yeah. doesn't want to participate in any of our programs. That's all he wants to do. Has anyone talked to anyone at Mount Washington? Do what? Has anyone talked to anyone in the academy? No, and that's what I need to find out. I'm not sure how that, like, what they're changing. But if it's something like that, I mean, we should be able to tell them. We shouldn't be representing them. Right. Right. And like I said, he is not, that's what I thought. His academy partners, the really nice sport that went out on the library. Yeah, exactly. So they're really okay, that's what I thought. Maybe if you and Sally just send me really brief thing. I don't think I pass that on that direction. Like national direction. Hey, I'm hearing this about the job. Yeah. How do you want these divisions? It's for a flow too, but not anymore. No, she signed the transfer papers probably a week ago. Okay. But yeah, if you listen it to me, I'll record it and then I'll kind of pass it to the open public. Okay. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Remember my to get the auxiliary back into it sort of died someplace. No one has said no. However, the impression I got is they'd rather issue waivers for the course to let the auxiliary go back to their business where it used to be and they teach you or leadership classes. I don't know. So I, well, no, I mean, the admirals are okay. So it's like, not like I've had lack of support. Somebody in the chain isn't interested in considering something that's very successful for 10 years, 11 years. So I've got more stuff going on that I need to take care of. So it's like, okay, I tried. I did everything I could think of. Let them know we do this, we did it. All of my instructors have been worked really hard. So they are all considered postcard qualified instructors. Course comp paid for that. So I got a whole pool of people who are really ready to hit the road, and we can do virtually for free. We can do service, we can do activities, not such a they're just also like scratching their head. So I can't remember, it was a commander told me, she said the bottom line is, I think they would rather be paid. So I figured I'd give you an update. I just have to wait for a change of regime or something.
Could I have everybody take their seats, please?
Have you seen our sea scout? You gotta be kidding me. Can I be a sea scout?
Yes?
That's awesome. Do you need more mounts? I brought them.
Well, where did the donut come from?
It's the last one. I'll leave it alone.
Are we gonna hear from the OTOs? Are they on the OTOs on the schedule?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He's coming up.
No, Commander? One of the things
Could I have everybody take their seats, please? Come on, go sit down. Write it down. Yeah. Carl, sit down. Sit down, Carl. All right, everybody, we'll get back to business so we can, I'm going to try and get everybody out to lunch early. Okay, so, all right, yeah, so, you know, we're running. No. Motion denied. So everybody's been really good on their time this morning. We're running ahead of schedule, and I really appreciate that, because I was looking at the schedule yesterday trying to time everything out, and I'm just kind of like freaking out. We're going to be late for lunch. So thank you very much, everybody, for watching your time limit. Okay, so right now I'd like to call up Commodore Shaw to give your auxiliary sector report, please.
I don't have my notes here, so I'm just going to wing it pretty much, but thank you, Commodore Meyer. Basically, the main responsibility of the auxiliary sector coordinator is to coordinate activities between the gold side and the silver side. If the gold side needs some support from the silver side, they can go through me. I know who or I can either get with that person, or I know who they can contact. And vice versa, if we need help through the gold side, I know who to go to. That's all right. Okay. Okay. And there's a lot of things that we can do for the gold side. Obviously, operations, both on the water, in the air. We've got an active air program. There's so many other things we can do. Food services, and now I guess culinary, legal, clergy, communications. We do a lot with communications. We do a lot, we're starting to even do more with front desk service at the various MSUs and MSDs. So a lot of things we can do like that. And our existence is basically to be a force multiplier for the gold side. It's that simple. If we can't be an asset to them, then pretty much that's our existence pretty much. So we need to continue to do that. We need to continue to qualify. I know we're qualifying more and more people to actually serve on cutters right now, in food services, in clergy, medical, things like helping out with navigation, CUMO, quartermaster of the watch. I know we do that on Eagle, and such things like that. So, you know, the various divisions, you know, work with your MSUs and MSDs, let them know what you can do, assist them. Like I say, if we cannot function as a force multiplier, that's pretty much our whole existence. But that's pretty much it. Does anybody have any questions? Okay. Did that in less than 5, so.
All right, very good.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to ask Commodore Ventris to come up and do a Past Division Commanders Association report. This is a very important group that needs to be utilized, that is, I'm sure he will tell us, is underutilized for the district. Have at it, Commodore.
First, I'd like to congratulate you on being ahead of schedule in the second half of the morning part of the program. I think Commodore Strupin can attest to this, that I never was able to master that talent. We always went long in the second half of the morning, so good job.
Thank you.
I'd like to speak with everyone, and especially our division commanders, on this. And I want to tell you a little bit about the Past Division Commanders Association, who we are, our purpose, and what we have to offer. And pardon me if I pick up my notes, because I left my other glasses up in the room, and these are my driving glasses. So, but a little bit about us. At present, all present or past division commanders who have completed a term as division commander in any district, and who is also current members with good standing in the United States Coast Guard Auxiliary in the 8th District, Eastern Region, are eligible to join this association. Our purpose is to assist the District Commodore and District Board in advancing the programs of the United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. Our purpose is to be a resource of experienced officer input to flotillas, divisions, and to the District Board. Our purpose is to encourage members of the association to actively participate in the auxiliary within their divisions and flotillas, respectively. Our purpose is to utilize the knowledge and experience of the past division commanders in motivating a continuing interest in the United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. Our purpose is to encourage all past division commanders to become members of the Past Division Commanders Association. Some of the recommended activities that we could support, and this is all found on our Past Commanders Association website, by the way, off of the district website. Conduct memorial service at both the spring and fall meetings of the 8th Coast Guard District Auxiliary Board, Eastern Region, when so directed by the District Commodore. This we do, and you will see our efforts tomorrow night, how we're, but I invite you, at your respective changes of watch, to utilize your members in your own divisions to assist in and identify them as members of the Past Division Commanders Association when they, and have them, ask them to assist you in your change of watch ceremonies. Almost every flotilla and division that I know of performs a missing persons table. This is a good time for you to utilize the Past Division Commanders Association members. in your divisions and your flotillas. Your past division commander association member could be utilized in judging awards. And these awards that are based on the guidelines set forth by District 8 Eastern in their standing rules, and also when directed by the District Commodore. Provide assistance on committees when so directed by the District Commodore, which we do. Provide training for incoming flotilla commanders, vice flotilla commanders, division vice commanders in the 8th Eastern spring or fall district training or meetings each year when so directed by the District Commodore. This we do. And I ask you, division commanders, to further utilize the PDCA members in your divisions. And I like the idea of the traveling roadshow. We have quite a few of our PDCA members that are willing to travel to do this and to do instruction. These are just a few of the things that our past division commanders association are active in. And I know that they're active, our members are active in your divisions and your flotillas as staff officers, some serving on committees. You already use, more than likely, you already use our association members in some way in your divisions and the flotillas, and you might not be aware of that. I know you do this. I know that you can think of other unique ways that you, as division commanders, can better utilize these members. I ask you when you go back home, take stock of a great opportunity, that of the past Division Commanders Association membership. If you're not utilizing these valued members, you're sure missing a great opportunity. There's a wealth of knowledge, organizational knowledge, in the association, as it is in your flotillas and divisions. Use this knowledge as a resource. And I would be remiss if I didn't welcome our newest member. I don't know if he's in today or not, but Ray Luther from Division 7, the immediate past division commander, just joined our ranks last night, in fact. And we want to welcome him, officially welcome him aboard. And I also would be remiss if I did not offer each of you an opportunity to continue to serve as members of this organization in the position of a member of past Division Commanders Association. And believe me, I've got application forms for you ready to sign. So I'd like to share my 4 watchwords: communication, energy, relevance, and visibility. That's what your past Division Commanders Association can do for you. We're a good link of communication. We, even at some of our expanded ages, still have some energy left in us. We're relevant, and we can be visible. Help us help you, help the organization. Support the organization and support the past Division Commanders Association by utilizing and identifying those members in your divisions that do a lot of great work. Thank you.
Yeah, that's very important. The PDCA has a wealth of knowledge behind them, and it should be utilized. So if you have to, get a hold of Commodore of Interest and get a list of members, or just ask around in your division. Division commanders, that's what we're there for, is to help you. So at this time, district member training report, Duncan Wilkinson. Now I know you're awake by now.
Didn't even know I was on the agenda.
Well, You were always on the agenda.
Okay.
You want to stand out there or back here?
I'll come up there.
Okay, good.
Way I can hit.
Duncan is the one that puts the training schedule together for DTRAIN here.
Kind of a low bar. I'm glad I raised it.
I'd like to talk about three things. One is Ox Corps training. It's one of those dirty subjects that we don't want to talk about because it involves us having to do something. It's one of those things that if you take the course and you get it on the books, you forget about it for 5 years, and then suddenly you find your REYR in everything, and you can't figure it out. I don't know about the legal guy over there sitting. Where's there he's sitting? But I understand if you're RERY for Ox Corps training, you have the status of an AP member. You can't do anything. You can't hold a flotilla meeting. You can't hold a division meeting. You can't do a vessel safety check because you're REYR. You need to get your members. I just ran a report. I was talking to district captain there. We have over 50 appointed and elected officers that are REYR in the district. I've been working with Deanna. If, this is the key point, Ox Data does not automatically convert your 5 courses that you needed to set your flag to be green. You need to have your local IS officer or you notify Deanne Rodenberg to change that flag from red to green. Otherwise, you'll be perpetually REYR. I run the reports, I send them to Deanne, I'm trying to get you qualified. Second thing is, when you came in, you got a copy of tomorrow's schedule for training. If you don't want to go to any of those things, I invite you to this. It's in your thing, and it's in the academy. It's the online academy. We're trying to do it a little bit differently this year than we did before. We would like to have a participating audience participate with the speaker who's also talking to the other thing. Now, Patrick, we're going to have a live chat box? Yes. Okay. There will be a live chat box to the people who are watching. And someone, I guess, will appoint somebody. I think the chief of staff would be a good person to watch that chat box. Well, who's going to volunteer to watch the chat box for me? We'd like you to come in. You don't have to sit through the whole thing. There's breaks. You can get up and come back and go do other things. So we would like to invite you to that. But please, please, please get your REYR people certified. Now, I get, when you do your self-attestation in the National Test Center, I get a copy of the notification. If you were previously certified in your REYR, you do not need to take the ethics course. That's one that you take it once, and until the Coast Guard changes it, you don't have to take it again. But there are 5 courses you need to review and certify that you've taken. And let's see if we can get all our elected and appointed officers out of the REYR block before the end of April. That's your challenge, Commander. Yeah, Commodore, is to get on those people that are sitting on that front row and get them to get their people certified.
You heard that, didn't you? I'm delegating.
Don't delegate to me. I send them, they get an email from me every week.
Yeah. All right, thank you, Jonathan. Okay, next we have our illustrious OTO, Tracy.
Commander Commodore. Good afternoon or good morning, everybody. How y'all doing?
Good morning, fine.
Good. It's good to see you again. The only downfall is not seeing you on Zoom is we had to drop our pajama pants and put on some trot pants, and so it's kind of a bummer. But it's really good to see all you guys again. Real quick, our Chief Kiwi touched on it, but our semi-annual PPE inspections due. So please get those to me. Those are due next week, right? Next week. Some news that came out of DTRAIN last week was District 9 spearheaded this actually, but their OTO, what's his name? Jason Kellemeyer. Yeah, he's great, squared away guy, but he was so frustrated with trying to figure out how much Coast Guard auxiliary equipment is out in the field. And if my boss asked me today, what do we have out in the field? What kind of PPE have I, distributed? I don't really have a good answer other than 1149s. And as you all know, I'll go around and sometimes if you guys find me and say, hey, I've got a whole stash of PPE sitting in my garage or an outbuilding that's been there for 30 years. And I'm not even kidding, I've picked up some blue float coats in my tour here. When I first came in the Coast Guard, we were wearing blue float coats and those went away, I think, my second year in. So a lot of times when that happens, that gear is not usable anymore. And we're not redistributing when we should be. So we're not being a good steward of the taxpayer dollar. You guys will have these hordes of PPE and not redistribute it and then ask me for more. And we're spending money on things that we could be spending money on some other things like training or getting maybe Station Pittsburgh personnel or whoever we need to facilitate you guys in operations. So just think about it. So anyway, Jason Kellemeyer came up with a great idea. We've got Oxdata, which is this huge electronic beast of information, and it can do a lot of different things. And one thing we're going to start doing, and they've already spearheaded, is tracking PPE in Oxdata. So it sounds intimidating and crazy and all that, but it's actually a great thing, and there's a lot of pros compared to the cons. So one thing that will happen is your RNS person within your flotilla will enter in all the gear that everyone has been issued. So whatever you have in your SAR bag, you're going to itemize that in Oxdata, and it's going to put you on a schedule and let you know when it needs to be inspected, when your PLB batteries due, all these different things, and it's going to give you an email to kind of tickle you and say, hey, let's get this done. And it'll eliminate these semi-annual PPE inspections that we're doing now. So some good things coming down. It's kind of a big animal to take on. The biggest headache is getting that information into Oxdata. It's not even a headache, it's actually very simple to do, but just physically getting you guys together to make that happen. As you all know, this is my last DTRAIN. It's been a great tour. Commander said it a couple weeks ago at DTRAIN that she kind of felt robbed of the last 2 years, and I kind of feel the same way because my first few years here, I was on the road all the time, and I was really getting to meet all you guys, and I loved the training we were doing, and it was a blast. So, but I'm not going far. Scott and I are swapping jobs. If you guys all remember Nick Frischella, who I replaced, I'll be working for him at the sector. So just going down the hall. So I want to take this opportunity to thank a few people that really I leaned on in my time here, and I wouldn't have been as successful in this job without them. And that's Randy Ventris, Commodore Meyer, Chris Whitaker, Duncan, Rick Shaw, Rick Gorenflow. And just so you guys know, Rick has been doing IDs forever, and kind of a big staple there at the boathouse, or station now. And then Rick Gorenflow, and if you guys don't know him, you should. He has been really instrumental in getting PPE out to you guys, documenting things in Oxdata, sending out certificates. He really does a great job. And between the two of them, they take care of probably 75% of my job. And so I appreciate you guys. Thank you very much. Lastly, I'll introduce my replacement, Scott Cayley over here. I'll let him come up and talk to him, but you guys are going to be in good shoes, in a good place, not in good shoes. He doesn't have big shoes to fill. I'll tell you, he's a pretty squared away guy, and you guys are lucky to have him. If you remember when I took over for this job, Nick and I had a probably about a 4-month break, and so there was a big break, and there was a lot of stuff we couldn't do and couldn't help facilitate. But it's gonna be a seamless transition. We're gonna be right down the hall from each other, and should be pretty smooth, all things considering. So thank you all for everything, and looking forward to talking to you in the next couple days.
Good morning, everyone. It is still morning, right? Is that too loud in the back? Captain, Commanders, Commodore. My name's Scott Cayley. I'll do a quick intro, talk about my career, and I'll leave you guys alone. Do I have to talk for 25 minutes?
No.
It won't be 25 minutes. So, I've been in the Coast Guard 23 years. I've got a wife, a lovely wife, 3 great kids. One's in college, the other 2 are in high school. I say we because they've been moving every 2 or 3 years with me this whole time. We settled in Louisville 5 years ago. I currently am the aids to navigation officer at the sector. Supervise 6 cutters, about 100 people. Do a lot of traveling to check their gear and equipment like that. I started off in the Coast Guard, 1999, I guess, in Miami Beach on the Valiant. It was a 210-foot patrol boat that we sailed the Caribbean and did a lot of drug and migrant interdiction. After that, I was an ops boss on a construction tender in Jacksonville Beach, Florida, which is where I'm from. I'm from North Florida. I left there. I got my first XO job. I was at Jacksonville Beach, which is another small boat unit that does aids to navigation. Following that, I got my first officer in charge job. I went to the Great Lakes from Florida, which was a shock. But I was officer in charge of aids to navigation team Kenosha. I did a few years there. My second officer in charge job was in Key West, so it made up for the years on the Great Lakes. But I got to go to Key West. We were there for 4 years. And I got my first officer in charge of a cutter job, which was back in Jacksonville Beach on a construction tender. I made warrant off of there, and I got my first command job of a cutter at the Buckthorn in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan. So it was back to the Great Lakes, which is probably the coldest place I've ever lived in my life. And I was rewarded for all that to end up at Sector Louisville, which has been a great tour. I've enjoyed working with Nick and getting to know the area. So I'm already familiar with the East Region AOR, which I think is a good thing. I just have to figure out where all the divisions and flotillas are. Hopefully that won't take long. But I was sitting over here and I was thinking about all these places I've been, and I'm trying to think of auxiliary support. And every single unit, there's been auxiliary support, whether it was chart corrections, 2-boat training. I've done numerous Aux-Air AOR flyovers after a hurricane in Florida, which even to fly anywhere after a hurricane, or it's a Coast Guard helo or an airplane, is not a good time. There's still a lot of turbulence, but they were there, ready to help. The Culinary Assistance Program I've used several times for the Chippewa and the Ouachita here. I used it once on the Buckthorn when I was CO. ATON verifications, I've used those in D9 and D7. Huge support in D9 to have people that can go out and check the aids and take that, I think Mr. Shaw said, force multiplier. It's so easy for someone to come in and do chart corrections on their own personal time, but it's such a huge lift for the coxswains who are just go up there and take the chart corrections and update their chart and get underway. But some little things like that were just great. Ship tours at the Coast Guard Festival, which doesn't sound like much, but to be able to have people come in and volunteer their time so that my guys could go out and enjoy the Coast Guard Festival was huge. So from day one, the auxiliary's been extremely active at all my units, and I look forward to learning more about the program and supporting you guys as much as I can. So, thanks.
Thank you, sir. Okay, it's about time I throw a wrench in the schedule, right?
No.
So what we're going to do now, since it's a little too early for lunch, and just took a break. I'm going to have our CGIS, David Mills, come up and do a presentation. He was actually slated for this afternoon, but I'll let you, you'll be next. You'll be next, okay?
I'll be last.
You'll be last.
Thank
Just
you.
like we're back on schedule with,
Hungry faces facing me, thank you.
yeah. So he gave us a presentation last night, but I want him to do it again today because we've got viewers online and we've got a few more people than last night. So CGIS agent David Mills.
Thank you. Thanks everyone for allowing me to come and talk to you guys for a few minutes. Do I have a clicker?
Yes.
Oh, it's down here. Oh, there it is. Okay. Like the Commodore mentioned, I was here last night, so some of you have already heard this. So I'm going to go through the slides pretty quick, and then I have I made some notes. Didn't use sticky notes, I just made regular notes. And then we'll kind of leave a little more time for just some discussion and so forth. So for those of you who don't know or online, I'm with Coast Guard Investigative Service. We're all special agents supporting the Coast Guard mission. There's me, I'm a civilian, I have 2 active duty that work for me, and then 5 reservists spread throughout the 3 inland sectors. Basically, we support the Coast Guard by doing criminal investigations and criminal threats, and looking at criminal threats. We're all federal agents, active duty military, reserve, civilian. We cover, what a lot of people don't realize is we cover every aspect of the Coast Guard's mission. All 11, 12, how many ever there are. Every one of those could have some type of criminal threat against it, so we can support everything in all those missions. My office in St. Louis covers all 3 inland sectors. So it's, imagine your AORs times 3. So it's the entire river system basically, the whole way down to northern Louisiana. My AOR is a little bit different due to the way CGIS is set up than some of the sector AORs, but I'm still a good touch point. I know who's where, whether it's on the Great Lakes or whether it's down south. So this is just the 3 sectors. Go through that pretty quick. Some of our policy and authority, it's all kind of what the active duty Coast Guard is required to report to us, how that all works. Some of the our jurisdictional stuff and the things we are provided through 14 U.S.C. 525. Responsibilities, felony violations, U.S. code violations in the maritime jurisdiction. Because it's a river system and it's also state water, but we do have jurisdiction on these waterways. It's just a little more discussion-based as to how the jurisdiction works. It's not absolute like it is on some of the coasts. We have to kind of talk about some things and do things like that. Fisheries, counter-narcotics, aliens, environmental, counterterrorism, and then we also support other law enforcement agencies who have questions about the maritime world. Protective service operations. If any of you were at the national conference in St. Louis, you may have saw me running around with the commandant. We also do a lot of intel collection and intel support for the Coast Guard that I guess the active duty Coast Guard is not statutorily allowed to do. We step in and we do a lot of that kind of stuff also. Fraud, waste, and abuse, a lot of task force stuff. Some of the types of cases that we investigate, merchant mariner fraud, that can be false applications, altered applications, gun decks, hours reports or training or whatever the case may be, captain of the port violations, theft of government property. That would include from your units if you have government property or government funds that are misappropriated or so on and so forth. We can and will investigate that kind of stuff. ATON, TWIC, SAR hoax, lasing, which is lighting up towboats with lasers from on shore. That's more of an issue in this in your AOR than it is in the other two, but it happens everywhere. Procurement fraud, money, pollution, negligent discharges, and then obviously drugs and weapons on board ITVs or wreck boats. Some of the local cases that we've done, we're working right now with a lot of the sectors on unlicensed UPVs, OUPVs, illegal charters, illegal bareboats, so on and so forth. Towboats, pumping their bilges. A lot of times, there's a sheen that lasts about 30 seconds and then it's gone. But there's other evidence that's on board the boat. You guys may not deal with ITVs too terribly often, but you may hear about stuff. The duck boat sinking, licensing, CODs, captain of the port violations, drugs. We've done all that stuff on the rivers here within the past probably 3 or 4 years. So, why am I here? We support the entire Coast Guard, all their operations, everything they do worldwide regarding criminal threats as well as intelligence operations. What we want to come out, and whenever we had some discussions with the Commodores, Commander Heeman and myself, we kind of learned that not many of the Ox members knew who we were, what we did, and so on and so forth, how we were connected to the Coast Guard and so forth. Everybody's heard of NCIS, and CGIS is on NCIS, but that's a TV show. That's not real. So, I'm trying to give you more of the reality of what it is that we do. So what we're looking for and why I'm here is I don't even know how many hundreds or thousands of you guys throughout the river system between the two inland districts. You see things, you hear things, you know things that we, or even the rest of the active duty folks, will never hear or see or know. We just want eyes and ears. Tell us, report it, tell somebody. Don't be the lowest ranking person with a secret kind of thing. We have to be very careful to put this in there that we're not tasking you to go do specific things. We're saying when you're out and about doing your patrols or doing your examinations or helping at your festivals or whatever it is you guys are doing, and you hear something or see something, let somebody know. Now, if something you see or hear is something that requires an immediate response, obviously call 911. Go to the local police. Don't reach out to us because we're not an immediate response. We're more the long-term investigative side of things, not the short-term response. That's the stations and or local police, depending on where you are and what's going on. So basically the goals is I'm a big relationship person. Not, everybody has contacts they can call, but you call them once a year, hey, I'm so-and-so, call me back if you need anything. You never hear from them until you talk to them again the next year. The way that we can make this work and build that relationship is to get to know each other and build that relationship. So that's kind of why we wanted to come out. We're going to come out to the one in Kansas City in a couple weeks also and do the exact same thing. And then we'll kind of proceed from there, however it goes. Some of the information that we're kind of looking for or we think there's gaps in, obviously waterway safety and security is first and foremost. If that is something exigent, obviously, like I said, call 911, but if it's, hey, I heard something while I was at the, getting gas the other day, think you guys should know this. Illegal activities, illegal charters, illegal MMCs, bareboats, all that kind of stuff. We're doing a lot of work now to support the illegal charter mission to do, kind of take it the next step for the things that the sectors and the stations kind of are prohibited from doing, whether it's intel collection, whether it's undercover operations, whether it's things like that. So we kind of have we can use the tools in our toolbox, so to speak, that they're prohibited from doing. So we're doing a lot of that kind of stuff. Pollution, lazing. As I mentioned lazing earlier, it's kind of a hot button topic now because just recently it was added in I think the 21 NDAA where it's actually a crime now. It used to not be a crime, it was just annoying. but now it's actually a chargeable felony offense, where we can take that to a U.S. attorney and we can charge people for lighting up boats. It's always been a crime for an aircraft for quite a few years, but now they added maritime vessels onto that. So, and then general criminal activity, and then suspicious activity. Hate the word suspicious activity, but you gotta say it. Suspicious activity is something that's out of the norm. You guys know your worlds and where you operate better than I ever will, or somebody from out of that AOR ever will. If something's not right, makes the hair stand up on the back of your neck, and so forth, that's kind of the stuff that we're looking for. It may be something, it may be nothing, but it might be good to pass on. And if we get information that's relevant, we'll pass it on to the appropriate sector or MSU or station or whatever it is, and then we'll kind of go from there. So, how do I report? Email, phone call, Western Union, doesn't matter, just tell somebody. So the 2-sector ComSend numbers are up there. You can report it that way. You can report it to the local Coast Guard unit through your aux chain of command if it's something that you think more people need to know and you want to report it up. And then CGIS has an app, a TIPS app. If you search CGIS TIPS on your Apple or your Android store app phone, it'll come up. And then we also have an email address for my office that all the agents in my office have access to. We're not concerned really how we get the information, but the only thing I would say is if you do call, if you do call the ComSend or the local Coast Guard unit or whatever, and you think it's something that needs to get to us, tell them or send us an email or something like that. That's what the TIPS app looks like when you find it. Just download it. It's pretty easy to use. You can either do it attributable or non-attributable. You can put your name, phone number, stuff in there, or you can leave it anonymous. But there is a way that we can communicate with people, still anonymous, but through the administrative side of the system. And I have some flyers with the QR code on it that I can leave somewhere. And if you guys want to snap that QR code and download it, we can do that too. So that's my cell, my email, and then the general email box for the office. So that kind of, I hate that microphone. I hate microphones. So I kind of flew through that pretty quick. So I just wanted to kind of leave some time for some questions, and then a couple of other things that I was talking about, or that I heard mentioned that I wanted to hit on. It was brought up a lot about training opportunities and things like that. So I know this is more of a leadership group instead of the general membership. So if you want me or someone from my office to come out to your division meetings, flotilla meetings, whatever the case may be, let me know. Happy to do it. Come out, meet, talk, go to lunch, whatever the case may be, specific questions, happy to do it. We have our own budget separate from the sectors and the district and so on and so forth, and I haven't been told no yet when it comes to travel. So we're pretty much, we just kind of go and we stop when they tell us to, or we just don't stop. So our mission kind of never stops, so we kind of got to have money. One thing that kind of brought all this to light was, I think it was mentioned earlier with the pipe bombs, the IEDs on the river. That kind of came out that there's a lot of stretches of river that goes through forest, through pasture, through stuff where there's just nobody. And things happen in those areas that we don't know about. So we wanted to try to get out and talk to people and just find out more about what goes on in those areas. Because we found there was a lot of, not necessarily communication issues with that IED thing, but response issues, because that was in between Huntington and Wheeling on the Ohio somewhere. It was kind of in no man's land up there. So we had people respond to that, FBI, ATF, a bunch of people did. We all worked kind of together and figured out what happened. So, but that kind of brought to light the challenges that we have in this AOR, because it's so unique. We don't have a 200-mile section of coastline that's got 2 ports on it, and that's it. We've got hundreds or thousands of facilities and ports and marinas and all this kind of stuff spread across 10 or 12,000 miles of river. So it's very unique. So that was really the extent of my presentation. So I know some of you heard this last night, so I wanted to speak again to see if you guys had any follow-up questions from last night or new questions from the people that are new.
I'd like to question your comment about not being like a TV show.
Right.
In New York, the sea just came out, they did some undercover stings with the captains, a pretty hairy experience, but, so I think you're like a TV show.
Okay, well, thank you, thank you. That was kind of directed at, we don't have a murder once a week. You know, we get some, you know, we do have some deaths, but it's usually towboat accidents and things like that, but yeah, we don't have near the excitement that they do, except in short bursts. So, anybody else? Sir?
What is lasing and why is that important?
Lasing is, you see, like the little pen lights, like the laser pointers that people use, those come in all different wattages and kilohertz and some like electronic terms that I'm not smart on, but all different types of power. And while a laser pointer that I might use in this room is not enough to blind somebody, you can buy one online that if you hit like a pilot or a captain or something like that for a couple seconds, it'll burn their retinas and they can't see. So I know there's policies in place for Coast Guard pilots as well as boat crews. If they get hit with a laser, they have to go see medical and do all this kind of stuff. We've seen that on the river system, targeting UTVs. Usually, it's kids goofing around with a dime store laser pointer, but not always. So now that it's a crime, we want to make sure that the word gets out that that's reported. You know, obviously, if it's immediate, something like that, call 911. But I know the sector intel shops also write reports on that, so we can keep records of it, and so on and so forth.
I've been lasered twice.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
On the river.
Yeah. So it's out there. It happens a lot. So we just want to get that reporting up so we can kind of document the full breadth of the problem. We don't know, you know, is there a problem? Is there not a problem? We don't know that without the reporting. Any other questions? Any thoughts? Questions from last night? Anything? All right. Well, I'll be around for the rest of the day. And you have my email. If any of the division commanders would like me to come out and talk, let me know, and be happy to do that. And we'll kind of go from there. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. That's really interesting stuff. I think it is anyway. So yeah, don't be shy if you need to talk to him, okay? Because this is important stuff. So now I'd like to bring up Tom Jumer to let us know about the Division 12's DTRAIN in the fall. Tom?
Good morning.
Good morning.
And howdy, you all. How you doing?
Good.
Welcome to Tanassi, now called Tennessee, which means in Cherokee, meeting place, where the Holston and French Broad rivers form to make the Tennessee River. It is our division's pleasure to host the fall 2022 DTRAIN in Knoxville, Tennessee. It is our goal to make your attendance an entertaining and educational experience. It will take place on September 7th through 11th at the Holiday Inn Knoxville at Cedar Bluff. Our theme for Friday night, fun night, will be a Tennessee Mardi Gras. In case you're not knowledgeable about Knoxville, I would like to share with you some information. But first I'd like to set something straight. Tennessee is known as the volunteer state. It has nothing to do with the UT Vols. Tennessee earned the nickname Volunteer State in its participation in the Battle of New Orleans in 1812. Knoxville was founded in 1786 and was named after Henry Knox, President Washington's War Secretary. Knoxville was occupied by both the Confederate and Union armies and has a Confederate and Union cemetery when they were occupied. Knoxville's population is over 462,000 people. One significant note, Knoxville is a day's drive of half the population in the United States. Knoxville is 20 miles from Oak Ridge National Laboratory, instrumental in the development of the atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima known as Little Boy. One thing to note there, if you want to go there, they have an excellent little museum area. When you open the door, you'll be greeted by the bomb casing, which was the backup to Little Boy, the actual backup. It also stores uranium for the U.S. Navy for their ships. Knoxville is home to the Tennessee Valley Authority. Most electrical energy is generated by hydroelectric generation. One other thing with the TVA, which I researched, is when TVA built the dams, they raised the water levels in southern Tennessee. One thing that people don't know is Tennessee had a very bad malaria problem back in that era. When they raised the water levels, all of the swamps and all of the lowlands, lands or ponds became coves of the Tennessee River. Mosquitoes could no longer breed, could no longer hatch their eggs, and it eradicated the disease. One thing is you are 65 miles drive to Dollywood and other fun attractions in Sevierville, Pigeon Forge, Gatlinburg, and the Great Smoky Mountains. Now Knoxville has the Women's Basketball Hall of Fame, McClung Museum, and the Knoxville Zoo. Knoxville hosted the World's Fair in 1982. It was the last World's Fair that did not lose money. The sun glazing ball and the World's Park remain as they were constructed in 1982. I could go on a lot about Knoxville, but they made it easy for me to tell you what's going on in the city. If you download the app, visit Knoxville, you'll become as knowledgeable as a local. It has everything in it, restaurants, entertainment, things that go on like mural paintings that are on the street. Anything that was going on will be on that app. So if you're planning on going, I would really impress upon you to download that app. Oh, and one other thing, in case there are always some people that love to go out and go into the hills and go into the back roads. I'd like to give you a few expressions that you should be aware of just in case you encounter the locals. Being called honey, sweetie, sugar, and dear are gender neutral and said to instead in place of, hey, you. That dog won't hunt means your plan won't work. Putting flies on me means something they don't like. Meat in 3 is an entree and 3 sides. That shed sells everything from moon pies to moonshine. Well, that's their general store. And finally, putting on the dog means going all out with washed jeans. I hope to see you all in Knoxville. We do have a, can you put up the short video? Thank you. Thank you. Oh, yes.
Division commanders, I need to know what training you want in Knoxville.
Okay, thank you.
There's nothing on this page. It's lunchtime. Y'all, it's 11:22. I've just been informed that lunch is completely ready. We're out a half an hour early, which gives us an extra half hour for lunch. So we will see you at 13:20. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. First. Thank you, sweetie.
And would like to know what you think about cyber education, especially for I work in data security for a living, but I necessarily planning to endorse and what you're saying about cybersecurity and roadshow. Would like to know what you think about. Right, my contact, yeah. I should have gotten cards made, but I did not. I'm based out of Cincinnati, but I work out of Baltimore, Maryland. My paid job is I'm the Chief Information Security Officer for Medicaid in the state of Maryland. NTT Data has the contract with the state. Well, until COVID, I was there 2 weeks out of the month. Yeah.
How'd you get around that?
Something else.
I was supposed to come back for 1 week out of the month.
Yeah, I think that would be good. Okay.
Just about ready to go.
It'll be at least 1 week a month.
Okay.
Came up with you guys are required. Thank you. Fight-offs when you go on.
There's an awful lot of ways to get hold of me. But it's only one phone number. Yeah, it's the Charlotte area code. And that used to be a Microsoft number, but they let me take it. I ran network security for the Fortune 500 for Microsoft products for 11 years.
Yeah, I'll make sure. Okay.
So that was all packaged, different traces. Assembly, just assembly packets. It was very much nuts and bolts. It wasn't a directory, it wasn't phishing, it wasn't any of that. It was purely packet level, firewall configuration, load balance configuration. That's what it was. Very, very granular. What I'm doing now is higher level at this point. And I have 5 people, we're in a 22-person department that handles all of Maryland's IT security for their Department of Health. And that reports up first to do it, which is their Maryland IT and the state health. I roll up to the Department of Health rolls up to the state. Oh, wow. So I'm a medium-sized cog in a very big machine. But no, I mean, for the auxiliary stuff, we have such a range of needs well, it said I had a bill from Symantec for $800, so I clicked on it.
Consideration. Yep.
The And I always flinch when everyone, the biggest thing I flinch on is, a lot of guilty parties on this one, by the way. So I'm not gonna point anything out. They'll send an email out with 300 people in email. And that allows anyone to harvest. Any one of them gets malware, you just given away the entire auxiliary leadership. Because we all use personal email addresses. There isn't an auxiliary email system to secure. So anytime you send us something, you have no idea if you're going to get spammed later because somebody's...
So they never...
It is completely possible now. And it's completely cost effective now. Because it's a non-profit, which means Microsoft will support it with a free account online. Or Google will, if no one wants to. It's completely doable now, but it would take an administration. It would probably take one active duty and 3 or 4 determined volunteers to keep it going. It's completely doable, but it isn't without effort. I mean, you can negotiate with Microsoft because they have their Google. They have. If you don't actually require installs, and you can do this all cloud-based, they have accounts for nonprofits that are free. And so it's the effort of administration, not the cost of the cost. So you could register your own domain name and set up your own administration. And then you would at least reduce some of the items. It would have a potential level of security instead of everything we have now. But there would be overhead. What's this now?
Does that get, I was just curious in email.
Periodically, it's not really that it gets raised at the conferences, it gets discussed as a frustration point. Most of the group doesn't look at it as a security issue so much as a lack of continuity issue. That instead of having a mailbox for chief of staff, you have Chris while he's doing it, and then everything that Chris has done after he's gone is gone. And there's no way to retrieve it. There's the frustration not being able to communicate with people. There's the lack of continuity because there's no history. And then there's the security and administration. But I have people all the time doing all sorts of things. And I know there's a liability issue here. There's a whole bunch of hoops, but I think we've reached a point where I have to always send everything BCC, and then I get yelled at for sending BCC because they why can't you reply all of it? That's the whole point. Right. I don't want 50 people on a lot of my, because they'll just start repeating reply all, and it'll go on. And I don't like filling up people's email boxes either. I know you would get frustrated if you got somebody, you send out a mail and all of a sudden So I tend to very heavily use BCC and explain that I'm using BCC. But I'm probably the oddball in it. And then, there's been issues in the past where we've sent out newsletters. I don't even see any of our newsletters. Some of them are very high quality, but we're not allowed to turn traffic on them. Because somebody goes to complain, it's like, why would she do whether they're reading it. There's a lot of opportunities for change and enhancement of the basic stuff. I mean, our Windows, our web with our webmaster site is moderately secure. Oxdata 2 is, I've tried poking at it a little bit, it's properly locked down. If you try looking at Oxdata 2, where I think we mentioned it, they don't run in Oxdata 2. It has current ciphers, and they're 384K. Their current ciphers, it's multi-factor authentication, it's strict HTTPS, you can't drop it, it's got the constant security header, the cookies are encrypted. The basic functionality upstage is more secure than Amazon and nearly as secure as Best. We've done a very good job with we poke at it sometimes,
Yeah,
what you can do with it.
but it's more like.
But, I tried doing a burp suite on it to see if I could jump frames. Burp suite is a ethical hacker tool that allows you to come in and track to see what code is exposed.
That's because it used to be part of venture and it's still
And it doesn't allow you to jump frames, so you can't. What hackers will do, they try to traverse to get higher privileges, and Oxidate is probably security. The Salesforce app, they have government contracts, so they've had to be tested in the past. Yeah, we've done a really good job with that one.
Scouts have been around for
But after that,
they started 2 years after the Boy Scout.
so everyone's personal data is very secure, and after that, it's kind of whatever.
Very underrepresented.
I mean, even the communications out about this.
They don't get it.
Did you get a big communication on it? Did you use a big communication about it? Yeah. Did you see everyone was on the two line? Every system on fire, AOL, Microsoft, Google,
and then didn't like the
Mom,
way our
Pop,
ship
IT.
was operated. She actually told my Sea Scouts they didn't have to listen.
One of these days, you may get a letter from Commodore Meyer, and it might not
that
be
didn't
Commodore
work.
Meyer.
She started her own ship.
All those email addresses are available
The
to any
council
one of
gave
us.
her approval to be commercial as well, which I disagree with.
So,
That's something
and
we
when
talk
you
about.
have targeted phishing like that, it generally more
Because it's a
successful.
conflict of interest.
And I know the Coast Guard system is more
You can be in multiple units, but the
it's not
rules say you
completely
can't be in multiple Boy Scout troops, so
I
it's
don't, just a
by
fault.
ships as well. I would think so. And that also is a conflict of interest.
Something we're poking at.
Yes.
I bug
And that's a problem.
Commodore Trooper about it.
Well, they did not
He's
even
in
tell
five
us.
as well.
Okay. Gave her away.
Kind of been a mentor. I'm relatively new to the auxiliary. So I'm 5 years. That's relatively. Prior service
No,
Army.
it doesn't. It's causing us issues.
I spent 6 active.
Yeah. But you can't be in two different units.
When I was in the Army,
Her ship is
I was
canoeing and
stationed in
kayaking,
Maryland, Georgia.
which she wanted us to do.
And I was
We got this $209,000 vessel, and she was saying, we're telling the kids, well, no, next year, instead of going on the cruise on the boat, we're gonna go to Panama City, kayak and canoe. Well, that's, she can do that, but that's not what we're about.
That's a long time ago.
That's not what we do.
It was back in the 80s. And then I went, got my bell rung, so I got 2 cruises. Which was training actually, but my military card.
We're large.
And then reserves, I was in the 108, so I was
That's fine, but
I taught basic armor. I was range cadre, not the drill sergeant, just yell at people. When they go out to the range and you give them a loaded weapon, you don't yell at them at all. I enjoy it.
Rowing, motor. I like pushing a button.
The weapons that we would instruct at the time were 16, the 45,
We just have to
and
figure
the
out.
Beretta that came out, that was transitioned at that point. M60, SAW, and 50. I did not run the grenade range. I did work on the tennis court. And only the highest qualifying candidates got to no lifetime. Those are too expensive to, almost all of that training is simulator except for the top candidates. And your top, depending on how much it was like, top 3 or 5 in the class of 30 would get to the actual lifetime. And that was the most fun to do down there. The Dragon was nice. We were doing that. And good stuff we got cross trained with, which is a smaller shoulder mount. But the toe missile, toe 282 when it came out was the one that did the real damage. Okay. So they would have a towed tank at 3,000 meters. And it was a full life firework. So that was impressive. Oh, wow. We would get one of the older 7,700. Generally, it would chew it off the track.
So it just kind of morphed.
It wouldn't always penetrate, but it would actually, sometimes it would actually, if it hit correctly, it would take the turret off or one of those. That was impressive. But actually tossing a tank was impressive too, because it showed kinetic energy around him. So you just took something that's 45 tons and flipped it. So depending on the angle, you know it's going to I mean, really, if you kind of hit it anywhere near the front, generally it's not much. But what would happen in a real war, the kinetic energy would cause secondary fragmentation, and the crew would be dead. But any hit anywhere consequence.
I saw the list.
Because of the secondary fragmentation. Obviously, if it blew the tank up,
I actually enjoyed that event.
even if the tank looked somewhat
Us,
attacked,
because we were.
there was no opportunity to well, it's secondary fragmentation. So the vehicle gets hit, and everything inside of it becomes a projectile. Everything along that wall. It's the amount of it was a good time. I enjoyed the time in the Army. And then I went in, after that,
Came in like
I got,
11 o'clock.
went to college. My undergraduate degrees were an odd combination, so don't laugh. Okay. American Studies and Physics. And then my first master's was then I stayed. I have another degree in digital archiving, document retention, repository, and then a third one in government compliance. The first one was Chapel Hill. Then we went to Charlotte and never went to the beach. You need to get some lunch too. We need to get going. I have no idea. We'll find out. But is this your first entry?
First DTRAIN.
DTRAIN. You've done it.
Been to a couple of
Okay.
Well, there's also 200. No, there's like there's active duty civilians. We have military active duty and
Oh, yeah.
How you doing?
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean.
Good job.
That's good.
We're winning.
You're the leader. All right. Yeah, that's good.
There's sometimes on the best one. Do that again.
We're taking the, stay on 17 or 44 or 55 on the body. I don't. They're gonna have one adult, they have four couples out there, one adult and each one. So they have that. I just wanted to make sure I had more adults than normal. God, body. They have to do it for their IRO. They're all gonna be elected. And they have a game. You know where it is? I found out nobody bothered me. Nobody bothered me. I saw it on the list. But she's got. I mean, I was last year. I didn't. There you go. Nobody. You're doing it again this
Have you had surgery on it? I just had it both hands multiple times. There was 5 parts full attached. At least the
we're good. Yeah, oh yeah, that too. And we just sort of what do you call it? Massage, just sort of.
That was his big thing the last time. He said he had so much scar tissue already from it. Well, the ligament sticks. Where it comes up through your hand, it has like little tunnels that the ligament has. So with the trigger finger, what happens is they get build up bone stuff and it sticks. So they go in and they clean that little tunnel that it slides through. And it's when your other problem is you're like this and you gotta physically.
Or you wake up like this.
Yeah, and you physically have to pull it open, and then it may or it may not catch again. So your fingers are actually, they call it trigger finger because your finger stays like that, like you're pulling the trigger. You can't stretch it back out until you get that. But scar tissue, work it all out, or it scar tissues and your surgery basically.
think of money?
I also think of you. Very often. How nice it would be for us to see each other all the time. Not just a few hours each week.
Oh, you can be cruel when you want to be.
I know what I want, and I'd take it when I want it. Ought to realize that by now.
Well, I'll try.
Get into the front seat, George. Stop the car, you fool. It's finished. The rest is easy.
I'm good, thank you. Okay, could I have everybody take their seats, please? Waiting on him again. Huh? Yeah. I know, but I was getting ready to go to lunch. Hey, tap him on the shoulder. Hey, let's go sit down. I'm waiting for you to sit down. I'll start. I don't care.
Don't start this yet.
You can't start until I sit down.
There you go.
I was late this morning.
We don't need.
Division 7 now has Pat Riley back in the saddle.
Oh, wow.
Just to keep you on your toes.
So I don't have to do another roll call.
Oh, you
So
don't?
it's not on there, I ain't.
No, we don't. Yeah, no, we don't take roll or anything. If you want to sit back there, that's fine. Or you can, yeah, it's up to you. Yeah. Okay. Hey, Duncan. Hey, how you doing? Okay. Say again. Is OTO coming back? He was on the schedule. I know, but okay, that's fine. Yes, please. Yeah, well, she's got to do Oxay here in a little bit. So, okay, thank you. Yeah, I'll let you know when we need to start. Okay. Yeah, let's take a break. Hey, Carl, they are not coming back. They are done. So do you still want to do your thing?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Right now, I'd like to bring.
One member.
Huh?
One member of the Gold side here, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Captain's here. Okay, fine. I want to have Carl Moscow come up and give him and let him tell you a little story about some experience he had with the Gold side. So, Carl, come on up. While he's coming up. Now, on your afternoon schedule, we've already done the introduction with C.W. Tracy and his counterpart, and we've already done CGIS. So when Carl's done, we're going to go straight into CGMA and an RBS and an Oxay. So y'all should be used to me messing up the schedule. So, okay, Carl, the floor is yours.
I messed it up for you.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
Okay. It's been a lot of years for me since I've wanted to say this. 27 years ago, well, I spent 25 years living in the state of Florida, and I've got some pretty state-of-the-art boats, as Nick will attest to, and I would go from the state of Florida to 2 or 3 of the different Bahama islands. And in most times, I took my wife, and she was struggling with breast cancer then, but she was good enough to travel. And on the way back, she got hurt in the boat ride. Back from Bimini. It's only 50 miles from Florida, but the worst part of the trip sometimes is coming into Port Everglades, which John Tracy worked there about that time. And I was struggling to figure out who I was going to call to come to her aid, or to our aid. And first I called 911. They didn't even know there was an ocean out there. They just, what rest stop are you at, or what this, or whatever. Anyway, so then I said, call Port Everglades Coast Guard for me and have them call me, or have them come out and rescue him. I gave them my coordinates where I was. And so a patrol boat, Coast Guard patrol boat comes out. John Tracy's on it and 2 other guys. Now, I don't remember it well because it was 27 years ago. But they had a life squad, they had an ambulance at the dock, they had medical officer at the dock to help her because the stretcher they had did not fit in my boat. It's kind of narrow, okay? And so I wanted to show my appreciation to the Gold Side and specifically John Tracy for what him and his crew were able to do and how great it was. And remember that forever. And she's deceased now, but her cancer took her life after 12 years of being diagnosed. Anyway, so, and if you haven't been through Port Everglades as a recreational boater, and I've done recreational boating for over 50 years, and I've been offshore a couple 100 miles. But, so that's what I wanted to tell the Gold Side, because maybe they don't hear that firsthand from somebody that experienced it, because you guys move around a lot. So I talked to John about it, and I thanked him, but I wanted to have the whole group understand, you know, that appreciation. So that's kind of what happened. And other than that, that's pretty much what I wanted to make sure everybody knew. All right? Thank you.
Thank you, Carl.
Yeah.
Okay, so our next presenter is from CGMA, and a couple months back we had a presentation from one of her co-workers down at MSD Cincinnati, and it was just a phenomenal presentation. It really opened my eyes as to what is available for us as auxiliaries. So now, right now, I'd like to introduce Jean Ellenport, please.
Thank you, sir. My voice tends to carry, so if this mic is too loud, let me know. First of all, thank you very much for having me here today, having us here today. So by a show of hands, because I just heard another one, there we go, clicker. How many of you know anything about CGMA? Okay. Out of those who have your hands raised, how many of you think we're part of the government? Wow, okay, David. Awesome. So I'll tell you, that it comes up in here, but I wanted to, well, let's see. Oh, there we go, it's working. Okay. So for those of you who don't know what CGMA is, we are the Relief Society for the Coast Guard. No matter what you do in the Coast Guard, we're here for you. We have a grant and loan program, in which I'll talk more about it in what areas. And we're really just a resource for you, no matter what it is, what the situation is. Our job here is to make you, enable you to have less stress in order to do your job. Because if you have financial stress, if you have medical bills, if something went wrong with your car, if you need more education for your children, that's what we're here for. We are a 501c3. We are a full-blown nonprofit. We are not a government entity at all. We have been very fortunate. Our CEO, Carrie Thomas, Rear Admiral Carrie Thomas, came over to CGMA almost 4 years ago and has really elevated the brand so more and more people get to know who we are and understand that we're not part of the government. And it's really important because I can't tell you how many times I'm in a room with men and women in uniform, and they're like, oh, you're just a government, aren't you at HQ? And this, no. We operate completely as our own entity and completely as a 501c3. Having said that, we have phenomenal support from the Commandant and the senior officers. We do not run credit checks. We do not affect any kind of security clearance if you apply to us. And we do not limit the number of times, if necessary, that you get a loan or a grant from us. I mentioned we are the Coast Guard Relief Society. Every branch of the military has its own relief society, Army, Navy, Air Force, and then you see the Red Cross logo in there as well. We really work together. In fact, last year, you may have heard about the situation in Hawaii in which there was lead in the water. Well, all 4 relief societies came through and gave out grants to people that have to move or lost food or something because there's no water, et cetera. So most of that, and that's a situation where we came together. Any type of disaster that happens, we always normally come together, especially with our Red Cross partner. The way we operate is through our wonderful CGMA reps in various units. They're all over the world. It's very easy to find the representative closest to you just through our website. We don't necessarily have a rep on every base and unit or flotilla, but there are over 500 of them, and wherever you are, you can get covered. And all you got to do is go in through the CGMA rep. And we are always happy at the office to help you find a rep if you need. I can tell you when Ida hit in August, I'm originally from New Orleans, so Ida, Katrina, and every other hurricane has always been a big issue for me. But our rep down in New Orleans actually worked through because his house was completely destroyed and he needed to take care of his men and women as well. All the funding that went out for Hurricane Ida actually went through 3 other representatives that all worked together. So no matter what, we can get it done. How we're funded, because we're not a government entity and get no money from the government, it's all individual contributions. So if you are active duty and retired, so those of you who may eventually retire from the auxiliary and become active, you can always give, oh, you don't get a pension, sorry. Retired members can donate through their checks in an allotment, which is how our active duty can as well, similar to CFC and United Way. Auxiliary civilians and others can donate through the website in a one-time or monthly gift. It's very easy, and of course I have pledge forms with me. We also take in a bunch of some significant funding from corporations. We were very fortunate during the government shutdown of 2018 that USAA came in and gave us $15 million. Carrie Thomas was able to reappropriate that money for future, and so that money is enabling us to give out more grants instead of loans, which means the money we give you, you don't have to pay back. And that's merely because of the interest off of that money. So you can see the quote here from the Commandant: CGMA can swiftly support Coast Guard families because it has the resources needed for the job. Together we can ensure CGMA remains strong and ready for the days ahead. He's been a phenomenal supporter of ours, and obviously we all know that Admiral Fagan is the next up, and she and Carrie have a very good working history as well. How does your dollar help? Every dollar that is donated goes out, and we usually provide anywhere from $1.50 to $3.50 in assistance from what we take in. And that again is from either bequest and planned giving money that comes in, corporation dollars, or interest in the bank. So not only are you, every auxiliary member is entitled to take advantage of all of our programs, and that is really important. We want to make sure that you as an auxiliarist know, A, that we cherish and can't thank you enough for the work you do, but we want to make sure that you know that you are part of CGMA. And if anything, if you need anything, you need to come to us. I will tell you a quick, brief personal story. Today is Friday. Wednesday or Tuesday night, I spent an hour and a half on the phone with one of your younger auxiliarists out in Georgia. And the poor man literally came to tears with me because of the assistance we gave him. He's a stage 4 non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. patient. He is still going through treatments. And in 2021, he reached out to us to help with his medical expenses, and we gave him $10,000 in grant. Unfortunately, I can tell you, he told me the other night that his portion of his medical bills now total over $450,000. So that $10,000 isn't necessarily putting a dent, but for him it really was. And he has come back to us in 2022, and we will grant him some additional dollars. Phenomenal auxiliarist out of Georgia. So no matter where you are in the Coast Guard, you can get assistance from us. So how do you get assistance, and what is our program? So we have 3 main buckets. This is the first one. It's usually our largest, but we're really, really trying to make sure people get to know the other 2, and I will go through them. So disaster and emergency relief. I've already spoken about Ida and Hawaii. Both of those come out of the disaster relief programs. So whether it's your house has just been blown down or flooded, whether you need to restock your refrigerator because the power went out for 3 days, whether your vehicle was flooded and you need repairs, or in a horrible car accident and your insurance doesn't necessarily cover it, but you need it to get to and from work. Any type of thing that happens from a disaster and that could impair you doing your job, you can reach out to us for aid and assistance. I wasn't sure what I was going to do. I finally turned for help, and CGMA was there for me in a big way. We hear that time and time again, and the beauty is, and why I'm so privileged to be here in front of you, is that not enough people really understand us, and not enough people know we're out there in order to get assistance. And we want to make your lives easier so you can have a stress-free, from the financial side point, I can't guarantee your jobs are going to be stress-free, but that any of that stress is taking off of you. COVID shut down. We did $8.4 million primarily in loans because we knew they were going to get back pay, but some of this went out in grants too. And the way we did it was depending on your level, depended on how much you got. So our junior enlisted got more than our officers, but we gave out almost $8.5 million in just 34 days. And then, if it wasn't enough, then we were hit with COVID. And we gave away a total of $4.4 million, and out of that, $3.5 million was in grants. Now, some of that went to, and it's in this pot because we consider a pandemic a disaster, some of that went to buying computers for kids who are now homeschooled. Didn't go on our education program, it went in under the disaster because it was COVID that made them need those programs, which is why you see such a high number in grants versus loans. You can stop me at any time. So in 2020, you can see we gave out over $3.5 million in grants, and this is just COVID. So this is a chart really explaining to you what our assistance was during COVID in 2020. Talk about trial by fire or being in a very rocky road. Carrie came in 2018, was hit with the government shutdown, then was hit with COVID, and some of our most significant storms since she's been there. Hurricane Ida. Space Station Homa was completely wiped out. Grand Isle was completely wiped out. In a matter of days, we had over 839 clients and gave out close to $2 million in assistance. These are all photos that Carrie and a colleague took when they went to visit down there in January. Being from New Orleans, I can tell you, being in a hurricane is not fun, and the aftermath of a flood is really not fun. Lieutenant Alger, who is the representative down there, he lost his entire house and had 3 kids and had to relocate to Florida, and yet he still had to run his base. And I don't think I have a quote in here from him, but he literally, when Carrie went down, was in tears for her because not only was he able to get assistance, but he knew all of his people on the base were able to get assistance, which meant they could then do their jobs as Coast Guardsmen. And so that was really big. Again, this is a little small, I'm sorry, but the bottom tells you what type of assistance we gave out during Ida. So you may have heard, I know y'all don't necessarily PCS, but PCSing has been a nightmare for the Coast Guard in the last year. Not only because of COVID and supply chain issues, but there's a database and a travel reimbursement issue, and so men and women can't get their funding in order to move, and so we stepped in a big way. And I thought I had it here, maybe I don't. I think I have it further out. So I'll talk about it again in a little bit. So this is our day-to-day program. Adoption loans and grants. Adopting a child is incredibly expensive. We don't want a child to sit in an orphanage just because willing parents and wonderful parents can't come up with the $10,000, $20,000 in order to do it. So adoption loans and grants is our program. Assisted reproductive services program was started last year, specifically from things we were hearing from Coast Guard men and women. TRICARE doesn't cover everything, and one of the things they don't cover is infertility. And so we are able to help in that area. Baby supplies, funeral expenses. If you are having to fly in a number of family members suddenly from all over and the government only pays for immediate family, we can help, we can step in. Housing costs, which a lot goes to PCSing, medical and dental expenses, as I just talked about, and you'd be surprised, especially now with the, I would say, the increase in service dogs and support animals. People are really needing additional funding for their animal. So it's another reason. And in a lot of the cases for animals, especially in support dogs, if their dog is ill, they still need to figure out how to finish their jobs and get to their jobs. And so in some cases, we've paid to get a temporary animal in that is fully trained while their dog is out for something or another. Additional programs, this is also came directly out of a couple of coasties saying, hey, look, I was just deployed. I'm a new mom. And I really want to continue to breastfeed, but it's really expensive for me to ship my milk from wherever I am. So we now have a program all set up in which breast milk is actually flown back to home so their child can continue to get fed and so they can still feel good even though they're not home. Overseas rental car assistance, your car's not coming in time, PCS childcare, all the things that happen during PCS that you may need additional help for, and respite care and special needs grants. This family, as you see, the older child in the front is quadriplegic and needed a new wheelchair, and they could not afford it. It's incredibly expensive. And yet, in order for her to have a normal life, they needed to get her in and out of a car. Otherwise, they were paying bills for transportation service, which was astronomical. And so we were able to help them retrofit the car, the van, and get her a new wheelchair. Education assistance, again, something that people don't always think about that you may need help with. And this year we actually added a program on special needs. If you've ever had a special need child or grandchild who needs many IEPs and you're fighting with the school system, or you need additional therapies that aren't being covered, it's a significant out-of-pocket cost. And so we have developed a new program specifically for an advocate on the special needs side, so you can try and get the resources you need from the school system that you can't otherwise get. Also, financial counseling and resiliency, and I'll talk about that in a minute. Stafford and Plus loan reimbursements. Unfortunately, we have to pay them back, and sometimes you haven't made it up the chain, or you've got some other bills that have to be paid first, but you need to repay your loans. We did a significant amount, as I talked about during COVID, on education loans and grants, whether it be equipment or tutors. We have a large program at tutor.com. If you ever need help, you can go online, get whatever and help you need, submit the reimbursement, and get reimbursed for that. So we provide assistance for situations requiring immediate attention. So not something that's long-term that you just want to do that you can't find the money for. It's emergency assistance for a reason. You know, we want to, again, help you do your jobs in a stress-free world. It's for essentials, and it's for solving temporary problems. It's not for comfort, convenience, desire. It's not to say, hey, you know, I don't like my 10-year-old car, I want to go out and buy one, but my 10-year-old car still works completely fine. You know, we're not going to cover you for that. So in 2020, sorry, these aren't updated for last year, but you can see, and I have a couple of slides specifically on the auxiliary, but significant number of people that we've helped in 2020. And you can also see, and I'm told, thankfully, I'm going to get a chance to talk to some of your younger folks tomorrow, but 63% of all assistance went to individuals E6 and GS7 and below. So, you know, the ones that are young, just starting, or, you know, not far up the totem pole with, that may need the additional help. I mentioned our annual campaign and how we raise money. April happens to be campaign month, so all of our units, 500 plus units with rep, are in the middle of all kinds of fun campaign activity, trying to get members, coasties, to either re-up their allotment, change their allotment, make a one-time donation, because we really depend on our annual campaign giving. And what's interesting about this is that for a while, our amount of assistance, of course, continues to trek up. Our number of gifts is fairly level, but our donors are dropping. And so we need to figure that out and get back in. Now, as part of that is the workforce, and the workforce has shrunk. So I am always going out to those that make allotments and saying, hey, you know, have you looked at your allotment lately? Because it hasn't changed in 15 years, and I think you can probably afford more than $1 a month. And just with an increment of doubling it really helps us. PCS I mentioned, like I said, it doesn't necessarily affect you, but it's a really amazing story. This year alone, our housing support for PCS tripled compared to last year, compared to 2020, and our overall support doubled. And that's strictly first and last month housing, deposits, because that money usually comes from the government and they couldn't get it to them. They're usually reimbursed. They couldn't get it. With supply chain issues, they thought they were getting a house that needed some work, and the work can't be done for 6 months, so they have to go live somewhere else, whatever it may be. But the PCSing this year has been, last year and into 22 has been very big. So auxiliary contributions, and this goes back to 2017. You can see our assistance, and I don't have a laser pointer, but so you can see that our giving and the number of folks that we've helped in 2020 continued to rise, and yet our income and donations, this was the anomaly, which was a phenomenal gift for probably a lot of you. We got a $50,000 influx from the Auxiliary Association, specifically for auxiliary members, so it's restricted money that goes directly back to you when you need it. But as much as we can continue to see an increase in that number, it would be amazing. I think I have here, yeah, so this is by district, okay, so you can see by district if you happen to be in any of these districts. I am really not good about telling you where these districts are. You would be far better than me, I don't even want to try, but you can see that in 2021 we gave out 721 grants or loans to a total of $8,000 just in those don't know off the top of my head the breakdown in loan versus grant, but it is reaching $500,000. And, so the $73,000 in donations compared to the $430,000 that we give out is fairly significant. And I'm not here to tell you to make you feel better or anything. I just want to help you understand really what CGMA is and what we do and why we're here. It's really important. The other thing we do, and on behalf of all Coast Guard, is advocate. So I spend fairly amount of time when needed on the Hill, and trying to get things like the Coast Guard put in the budget. So if there's a government shutdown ever again, you actually get paid, because you know the history there. So there's all kinds of things. I actually just recently did some work on the budget bill for more cutters and boats, and trying to get more money and appropriations towards that. So we also are an advocate. We work very hand in hand with headquarters, and when they need us, we're there to say, okay, tell me where to go and what I need to do, and we're there. And we've been really fortunate under Admiral Schultz to have his support. Our board, which is now thankfully called the Board of Directors, it used to be called Board of Control, I could never figure that one out, is made up of both uniform and non-uniform, all different levels. There's actually prescribed, there's an auxiliary member or 2 or 3 on the current Board of Directors. We have representatives from the spouses, we have officers, we have junior enlisted, so it's really a very large spectrum. And it was interesting because we just had our new round of applications for membership, to get on the Board of Directors, and we had almost 200 applications for 4 spots, which was wonderful. We were so pleased that people actually want to serve on our board and do it. It's a collateral duty if you're in uniform, and it's great. So, and there you see McPog, and currently, all the way on your right is Admiral Jones. He is our current board president, and he actually is transitioning, and I can't remember who's coming in, but he's actually being promoted and will no longer be board president after June. We operate in a very, very small staff. There's 10 full-time. I'm actually a consultant, and a very small staff. And so we really rely on our representatives and coordinators in the field. I gave you, and I have business cards, but I put up here our development directors, because she is a permanent staff member and she is a spouse herself. So what kind of questions can I answer? What would you like us to be doing that we're not doing? Let me tell you, thanks again. I just recently found out through genealogy that my grandfather was in the Coast Guard. Had no idea. It's been fun to sit and talk to Carrie about it. What can I answer? I know. Go ahead.
I actually don't have a question, I have a comment.
Yes.
For everyone, that about 6 weeks ago, we got a new standard operating procedure for finances in the auxiliary.
Oh, thank you.
That came out, and we've had restrictions on what we can do with our funds. And now it is officially in writing, though, that CGMA is, I believe, the only outside entity in the auxiliary that we are allowed, specifically in writing, to donate money to as units. So if your flotilla division, the district wants to donate money to CGMA, we are absolutely allowed to do that.
Thank you. That's actually not where I thought you were going. Where I thought you were going was that we actually have a financial literacy program with auxiliary now. Yep. So first of all, thank you. And you saw, that's okay. And you saw that $50,000 donation was through the association last year. So we greatly appreciate that. But we are developing and helping you develop a very robust financial literacy program, which will be carried out through your units in order to make sure that people understand how to do a budget, people understand what moving across the country may mean as far as the cost of living, college education, et cetera. We're really trying to make sure that people don't get to this point where they need assistance unless it's a major disaster, but they, along the way, have been able to figure out how to manage finances. Unfortunately, it's not something that's taught, although we're trying to push it more and more on the high school and college level, but we have seen a significant interest in having financial literacy, and the auxiliary started it, and we are now helping fund it and also run it as well. I don't think it's launched yet, but it's due to launch in a couple of months. Question?
Actually, I've got two. One is, I know there are some civilian federal employees that contribute to CFC. Do y'all have a CFC code where you can?
We don't. There was a reason behind it. Carrie got rid of it when she came on board, and I think it was more of a confusion for folks because those that are enlisted actually can do the allotment. So that's where the discord came through. So for our auxiliary members and our civilian members, it's either one-time or monthly donations, just to make it easier.
And my second question was, whenever you're doing disaster relief and some of our guys want to go help with some of the handouts, how do we sign up for that?
Strictly contact the office or go online and look who the representative is in that area, and they will absolutely help you. And I appreciate it in advance. Tell me, where are you from?
Florence, Alabama.
I thought I heard that. It's a great little town. I'm originally from New Orleans, as I said, and have family, weirdly enough, in Florence.
The question is, what's the process to request assistance? Because I followed the process and we were denied. And I was unemployed. I had 3 major disasters hit us in 6 months. And apparently it was a process problem from what I heard later. But I followed the process on the form and the website.
So I am happy, I don't like to hear that, I am happy to take down your information and find out exactly why. From people I've spoken to, the process has been very easy. You basically, depending on what it is, either contact headquarters or contact the representative. They talk you through what you need, figure out if it's a program we have, figure out what dollar level you're asking for. If it's so our representatives are able to approve on the spot $1,000 and below. Anything above that comes to headquarters. Anything over $10,000 has to go to the board of directors.
Okay, so yeah, what happened to me is I went through the website, found the form, filled out the form, emailed it, and we get a letter saying no. And that was it. I never talked to anybody.
What year was that, sir?
It was 2011.
Oh.
So it's been a while.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can tell you, so Carrie and, Admiral Thomas and I worked together when we were both at the Navy League, and she has really come into CGMA and cleaned up a lot of that. So I'm not gonna go back and research something from 10 years ago, per se. I can tell you the processes today are much better.
Really, the question was, if you want help today, you go to the website and follow the links, and you're going to end up talking to someone?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. Where are you headquartered? Where are you based?
I'm out of North Alabama.
Okay. So if you walk with me afterwards, we can find your representative, and you just simply reach out to the CGMA rep in the area, and they'll take you. Yes, yes. And you had me a little concerned that that was in the last couple of years, and I was going to get it.
Mine was 3 years ago,
Mm-hmm.
and I did the same process as him. I never heard anything from him.
Who from a representative? Okay, let's follow up, because it's just strange. We are incredibly careful and want to make sure that anyone that reaches out to us, at least if it's denied, there's a reason for it. And I can give you an example. Just yesterday, we had a habitual retiree. And I say habitual because she came back to us every year for just crazy things. And we're not her bank. you know? And so in that case, and she still had significant loans from us outstanding. So we're not going to keep on building up her loan bank when she hasn't been able to pay it. So in that case, it was denied right now. So, but talk to me afterwards and let's follow up with it. Because I'm curious to know at what part of the process, if you say you didn't hear back from anyone, that's a really, I want to make sure that it was actually, because you always get either return email or a phone call. So. So headquarters are in Arlington, Virginia, but we have board members that just came on in Puerto Rico and in Alaska. So you don't have to be in the DC area. We fly everyone in for one meeting a year, and the rest we can do in this new technology.
Mike Phillips is on the board.
Right.
Mike Phillips is Division 5. He's on the board.
Yes. And so, and that happens every year. So applications will come out again. I believe there's an all-coast that comes out on nominations are open for the board, and it's a typical application. I think you have to get a reference, and that's how, it's the process. Other questions, comments? And I think I'm your gateway to a little free time, so.
Not quite yet.
Okay,
Not quite
okay.
yet.
Well, I'm gonna hit the gym at some point. I really thank y'all. I am happy to, I brought stuff if to set up a table. I don't know if you want to stop by, I'm happy to talk to you more about individual things. But thank you for having us here today. But more importantly, thank you for being here, for doing what you do for all of us. It's really amazing. And the fact that you got into this at some point or another along your career, I just am always in awe, so thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Some eye-opening information there, wasn't it? Okay, that's very informative. Thank you, John. We really, really do appreciate you taking time out of your schedule and talking to us. Okay, so your schedule says short break? No, we're not going to do that just yet. Okay, is that all right? Good? We're good? Okay. Next, I would like to bring up Commodore Dave Stroop for his presentation on RBS. Now, this is some really good information. We heard a little bit about it.
Well, you heard a shortened version.
It's shortened version,
You're
yeah.
not going to get the full version, but I want to give you some of the background and history. I think it'll help solidify it, help you understand. There's a lot to this. I like to tell you my background because this is not the first time I've done this, and I've done it worldwide. So let me start here. I told you yesterday I received packets of information to get the RBS moving. It was obvious to me that it wasn't all there. It was a lot of things not specified, not documented, not clear to me, and fuzzy. And that's not going to make a plan. If I make a plan from fuzzy materials, you guys are not going to be happy because it won't change. So I'm going to try to provide you a baseline that led to the RBS effort. And I think that might sort of give you a really good understanding of what I spoke of yesterday. Going back, I want to provide some of the direction that I received from D8. Now that would have been after the Commandant's instruction that I have a copy of, that went to our DIROCS, Chief DIROCS. And then he acted on it. That Commandant instruction also went to D8. The Admiral acted on it. I proved that yesterday in that litmus test. I have incorporated into the presentation the how of the process. I've assembled this as a starting point. What I'm talking about is we always think of the what and the why. What is it? RBS. Why? I think we know why. We save lives. Also, the Admiral is quite clear that this is a great way to get new members, both gold and silver, raise interest in the Coast Guard, demonstrate what we do, protect people. And as auxiliaries, the silver side, this is our job. It's RBS. So what's missing? It's the how. I showed you the how as I have constructed it, as we have constructed it from our past work together. Put it together. You saw it yesterday. That's the how, but it's going to change. It's going to improve. You're getting that information to me and putting it into that system is going to do nothing but improve it. We're going to get better. And we're going to get profit out of it. Profit meaning members and other profit, I think. So the how is the thing I'm going to talk about a little bit. Up on the screen is a presentation, a PowerPoint presentation sent to me by Paul Bernard. It was sent to me following the Commandant, following it going to D8, and this is his understanding of where and what we're going to be doing. I'm going to go through this a little quickly, but as a background, why we need an instruction. Now, I think we pretty much know why we need to do RBS. So you will see things here that are common to you, but obviously not as common to the goal site. It's not their job. Our primary responsibility is RBS. It always has been. So you will see that. And I think you start understanding how you build the how. And that was yesterday. Let's see here. Elements of the program. Overarching philosophy, program, RBS plans. Go on. The big four. Now, most of us know the big four, and most of us know many other that would fit into this category. But this is being stated. Safe Boating Week, dry water, large events. We have lots of those. You know, he's describing what we do. Why we in the auxiliary and the Coast Guard need the instruction. In no other segment, and it's in red, in no other segment of boating do we see more accidents and fatalities than in recreational boating. We know that. We know that for sure. Nowhere else do we expend more SAR resources than we do with the recreational boating segment. I think we know that. Nowhere else do we invest more in law enforcement. Now this is Coast Guard, so they're investing there. But I can't read that. But we, the U.S. Coast Guard Auxiliary and Coast Guard, I can't read it, I'm sorry. We did not have the structure to move RBS efficiently through our organization. We are 7 sectors, 26 different states, and with many moving pieces. Nobody anywhere in our organization owns RBS. Now, he's talking there about D8, I believe. I believe he's talking gold, and we own it, but we all need to own it. Okay, it needs to come together, and that's what this does. The Commandant RBS instruction, there you go, is going through the approval process at the time of this, at headquarters. When it is published, D8 will be ready to speed up. Now, I don't know about that one, but that's what we're...
Oh, it's a cheese grater.
Yeah, it's a cheese grater.
Ouch.
We weren't doing RBS right. Now, I believe in all my heart, you guys are doing RBS right. You're doing it right. It's getting us all doing it right. Maybe it's getting us all doing it together. Maybe it's all of us having a common plan and common objectives and knowing what each other is doing. That's where I boiled it down to. We need to have a way that the goal side can support us, we can support, they can know what we're doing, they can support us, they can lead us to places where we didn't think about before. We can be more effective. Bottom line, we're going to save lives. This is in support of what was yesterday. The cheese grater is out. Okay, elements of the RBS program. There's your D8, goal side, RBS, Paul Bernard, great guy. Sector RBS coordinators, 1. U.S. Coast Guard Auxiliary, RBS units, not sure. RBS enforcement units, goal side, I'm sure. D8 Sector Auxiliary Public Affairs, we have them. We use them, and we use them for RBS. Again, there's a linkage being seen and being showed where there needs to be. And command centers. Our command centers all linked in? Are they, back to that chart I put out yesterday, the flow chart, are they linked into what we're doing? Is an MSD really understanding what we're doing? Is an MSU really understanding? Does the sector really grab it? That's there. And that's what that flow chart yesterday demonstrated. It pulled that part in. Our simple RBS philosophy. RBS is our product, and that's doggone right. I was going to say something else. But boaters are our customers. Doggone it, we know that. That's why we're here. We're not here to have a barbecue. I mean, I love them. But we're here to help our boaters and to save lives. Our RBS program is our mechanism. It's a tool that we use to deliver the product of safety to boaters and make them as safe as we can make them. 2 basic means of delivering our RBS product: direct contacts, formal education, VSEs, dock days, on and on and on. Indirect contacts, Paul was fishing a little bit there, and we talked about that. And, you know, I explained to Paul all the different things we already do. And we talked many times and many emails back and forth. And that, I think, helped. Our RBS mantra, we will actively seek out, exploit RBS opportunities. We will work to increase the impact of all that we do. That's pretty much what we already think. And that's how we act, operate in all of our PE, PA, PV, VE activities, OP, surface. That's how we do it. That's what we are. It's not new to us. That's the message. We don't have to be on TV, and there's Paul in the yellow. Can't see his head, but okay. Think outside the box. Where are your boaters? How can we access them? I think there, Paul knows, or maybe he didn't really know for sure, what our grasp is on our boaters and in our districts and where you guys, your areas. I don't know if he really grasped it, but I think he was grasping that the goal side might not know those things. And again, that's where that input sheet, putting it into a calendar, and the goal side can look at that, and they become educated. That's an educational piece. That makes us come together. That's so important to do. It seems really simple. It seems like a waste of time maybe, but it's not. That's important. Do you have a maritime museum? I don't know how that fits, but I'm sure a lot of people like maritime museums. I do. but I'm not sure how that exactly fits in. Are there waterfront residential communities? He's asking a lot of questions. Sports clubs, paddle clubs, we're working those people right now. But does the Gold Side think of it that way? We do, I know we are. We're thinking of Boy Scouts, Sea Scouts, we're thinking of paddlers, we're going to the rentals and every place else. I know Carl Mossbaugh aggravates all the rental places in all of southern Ohio, and he's there. He's doing a job. Are the big fishing tournaments? He's asking a lot of questions to get the message across. Examine all that we do, looking to increase impact. Okay. We talked to that last night, as we did with the Major League Baseball opening day in Cincinnati, and as we did over in Division II with the Army Corps. And those are just the two first things that happened. There's more, so many more things. And he goes on with other ideas. What I got from this to this point was the understanding really wasn't there of who we are and what we did or do right now. Network. Social media. And talking about sharing video, sources of supply, and get information. A written plan, the event date. There is basically a format for that input sheet. How do you get, he's saying, we need to know this. The Gold Side needs to know this, and so they are able to work alongside us to be involved. And he gives a sample plan there, and that is basically what you'll see on that input sheet. The purpose of the plan, you don't need to read that. It's evident to you guys. He had some enclosures in there. And just some more information. And don't let it die on your desk. So, what I got out of that, and that was, like I said, after the instruction, after it came down, after the chief director got it in motion, and Paul got his position, and Commodore Meyer convinced me to get involved, which I am now over my ears in. And, you know, the thing is, that was how they saw us, how they saw the whole picture. That picture's changed drastically. I've done a lot of communications. I know Paul knows where we are now. He's seeing it, and he's seeing it work. I see it working, it's starting to work. Like I said, I've done this before, not with Coast Guard, but I've done it on a worldwide basis. It doesn't scare me to do it, and I know it can be done. That's the key thing. I know you can do it. I know that all you need is a framework to start it. Once it gets started, we start putting the pieces together, you're going to see the Gold Side showing up on your doorstep. We're going to be showing up on their doorstep more, and we're going to be working together, and we're going to have less fatalities. The Commandant's report that comes to his desk is going to look a lot better, and he's going to know something's happened. So I wanted to share, and that's just part of the information. It was terribly difficult to ferret it all out because no one really knew how to put it together. We do. You guys do. So I had a lot of help. So thanks, and I really, please get that information in if you can, as quickly as you can. It can be out right with you. And it does not have to be complete. You can give me a placeholder, put the placeholder in, even if it doesn't have all the information. You can give it, send it to me later, a month later. But the Coast Guard's gonna see it, know something's coming up. And we're gonna see it, other divisions are gonna see it, and they say, well, maybe I'd like to come over and help Division 4. Maybe they could use some help. So it's all good, yes.
Okay, yeah, so a couple of times this morning and now, just a minute ago, you mentioned something about an inquiry or something that came down for information to go back up.
Yes.
Is that right?
Well,
Did it go to everybody or just a few people?
no. Oh, the inquiry. Yeah, it went to your division commander. He didn't share it with you. No. Okay. No, it went to your division commander. It's a 2-pager, and it lays it all out, and there was an attachment to it. If you don't have it, send me an email, and you will get it. Okay? And I had one person already, since yesterday, asked me for the input sheet because they didn't have it. So that was sent out, and he's got it. And we just need to get it moving. We get it moving. It's one of those, like a chain reaction experiment. We're taking something that's already working, we're just going to improve it, and it's just going to roll down the road. And that's all we got to do. We just got to get it moving. So appreciate your help. Yes, sir.
One question, one observation. So to me, this is solving a business problem. How do you assess impact and how do you make impact one-to-many? The data that you're receiving and the other districts receiving, who's aggregating that data? And are they working in parallel to each other?
Are you talking about accident related?
So when you're collecting.
Oh, the data that we're putting together. Okay, yeah. That's a good question. It's not laid out very well yet, but it will be, because as we do this, right now, that data's coming here, I've got it. And what I'm going to do, and that's funny you asked that question, but I asked Leo about 2 weeks ago, I said, Leo, he's got some real good computer skills that I don't have. I said, right now I have to put the calendar into a folder on the computer, Excel. Then I put all the sheets, be Word or PDFs, in that folder so that I can link them to the calendar. So you can click on the calendar and find out what's going on. I said, Leo, there's got to be a better way to do this, but I don't want to get it too technical. But a better way, maybe we could put it on our website or something, and it would work seamlessly, okay? I don't know, but Leo will tell me. But that was the intent.
The other one was an observation. I think you answered your question on why the museum was on the list. Because you said the goal of this is who we are and what we did. So the museum would just be an example. I think that was just an example of how you demonstrate to the public. Also, because I've worked in front of museums. Museums are very good at clicking. You get a very definite count of how many one-to-manys you have.
Yeah.
It's a little cookie cutter, but it's very measurable.
Right. We get out there and we start doing this and we start doing it together, we're going to see a lot of other benefits. And I just, you can just see them. You're going to have people, gold or brown hair, black hair, and white hair, standing up and saying, how can we get involved? How can we get in here? How can we get in the Coast Guard? And we need Goldside sitting there with us. And they're gonna benefit, we're gonna benefit, and we're gonna save lives. 3 things right off the bat. Yes, sir.
Is there manpower from the Gulf side to attend 7 mass vessel safety tests
No.
on the Ohio River in only about a 30-mile stretch from May 21st until the 1st of September?
We can't answer that because we don't command them. We're not in that chain. So they will, we're going to give them the.
Because the past is no representation of what you're talking about.
Right. And what we need to do is give them the program, like you're going to go to the zoo. And what animals do you want to see this day? Okay, the hippo. So they can choose, you know, and sometimes it may be just a travel distance and other things like that may be restricted. You don't know what else they are, you know, the next day, what is their assignment the next day. So, you know, we don't know those things. But I think we'll see a lot more participation as we move along. Like I say, that litmus test with the ball game there told me that the Admiral at D8 definitely has got this behind him, and he's pushing it. I get a yes back there.
I was surprised in 18 or 19 that two Gold Sign members from MSD attended, two Marinas with me, both Four Seasons and Rivertown.
Good.
Both huge Marinas. And that was a good sign, or maybe somebody saw the writing on the wall or whatever.
Yeah. Well, I was sitting at an event, I'll make this short, Voice of America, where the old towers used to be up north of Cincinnati. And I was at they have a lake there, a little lake, man-made lake. And it had a kayak event. And Division 5 had a tent set up, and all the boaters and kayakers had tents. And I was there, and it came to me up there, this is a perfect place for a lot more than just kayak and doing VSCs or talking to people. This is a place to recruit. This is a place to get people interested in who we are. So we need to think outside of the box that we used to do. We need to keep doing what we're doing, think a little broader, and there'll be a lot of gold on the other end, I think. Silver, too. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Question?
No, my other hat is DDC, the beat director.
Yeah.
In order to get this out, maybe better, could we take a few minutes to talk about how this could be formatted? We put it on our website, on national. It's a lot of this, we just concluded an MOA with BAPS.
And I would like to get you connected with the DA coordinator, because you're talking national. Okay. It's got to be coordinated national and not by game. So I think that would be the thing to do.
Yeah, that puts it out there for a lot of people.
Send me an email to remind me, and I'll get you all the information. And I'm thinking that's probably the best way to do it.
And again, an example, it mentioned fishing tournaments. We just concluded a major MOA with bass tournaments, and now they're required to provide space for VSCs and PAs at every one of their events.
Yep.
Which is something that it'd be really nice for the goal side, you know.
And there's so many other opportunities. You take a fishing event, and I don't know, I'm from northern New York up on the St. Lawrence, and I lived right on the water up there for many years. I grew up up there. And big fishing tournaments in, you know, in the marina coves and acting, and thousands of people. Not fishermen, just thousands of people. Big boating museum up there, antique boat museum of the United States is up there, great New York. Thousands of people. What an opportunity. Not just for VEs, but for communicators. Great opportunity. Thanks. Send me a.
All right, thank you. Commander has a follow-up on
This is
that.
a very quick follow-up, because I'm going to talk to you with my commander hat off after the break, but with my commander and DIROC's hat on right now. I just want to, hit home on that idea. The reminder here that while the auxiliary has been charged with doing boating safety, it's still the sector commanders and the district commander's responsibility. So part of this is the ability to get back useful and knowledgeable information to the sector commander. Again, let me tell you one more time, when Captain Beach, when COVID started, and Captain Beach said, I don't want to risk the lives of any auxiliarist right now. That was our first concern. And so very early on, when we didn't know what was going to happen with COVID, she said, stop, time out. And we had we had no way to go back to her in a collective, intelligent, and easy manner to go back to her and say, I hear you, Captain, but these are the areas in your AOR that are going to suffer boating safety losses and boating safety tragedies, because there was not, no one was really collating that information in a coherent way. And that's part of this process that'll give her, as the operational commander, visibility on where things are happening, which is why I'm saying it's not about just reporting and doing what you always do. Don't go to that boat ramp because Sally always goes to that boat ramp. Go to that boat ramp because it's the right boat ramp to spend time and energy on, so that you're reaching the right boat owners. And again, I'm going to hit on remembering to think about your kayakers and water sports folks, because your boating public has changed. Make sure that your flotilla commanders and your staff office are thinking about that, so that you're reaching the, the yacht club is one thing, but you may have 200 paddle crafters over here every weekend, but if you're not thinking about them, you're not going to touch that part of the public, and that's what we need to be changing and thinking about. So I'm going to stop that from the commander's hat, and I'm done.
Okay, thank you. And this actually, just to add what I see goes back to even the divisions that don't have units that they support. The Gold Side needs to know, like Alabama, you don't have a unit that you support, but the sector still needs to know what's going on down there, because if through these reports, then they can see that, hey, Lake Guntersville is a hot spot. We need to get somebody down there at some point in time. Or they may call down there and say, when are some times we can come down and help out? So that's where all this information is going to, and that's what it's for. Yes, sir.
do it, we plan it, we have to do it in the future now, and we set the expectations, we set the how.
It'll probably happen next year, or we'll come back, we'll do the
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And, yeah, but that history, and that's what you're saying, the history to be locked in, and then we can actually measure improvement too.
So I'd say the way to push that forward, and that is a great idea, the way to push that forward is to recognize that the Coast Guard still has money and funding to improve AUX data. They're still doing these 4-week sprints to improve AUX data. So what that means is pass these suggestions and ideas to your IS staff. If you are not an operational staff officer, but you are maybe the public affairs folks, then send a note to your IS staff officer to say, hey, can we be using AUX data to be recording and planning these PA events like we're recording and planning operations? And that stuff, it's going to take a little time to trickle up, keep beating that drum, but that's not necessarily something I can improve on, or your Commodores even, but that's something that the best path for that is through staff work in the national staff chain.
Yes, sir, real quick.
Can I throw a
generate information of the type that we're looking for. It's just that information flow, you know, between you guys and us and the goal, I think is just, it's great. So just wanted to, this RBS and the DE and all that stuff, while we're not dealing with that directly, the information and what you talk to people about while you're doing that may generate stuff that is of interest to us. So
Right.
just a plug to kind of tie everything together.
Okay, thank you. Let's take a 10-minute break.
Yeah, I know it's coming in, but I can see.
You can see, you can watch it. I know I'm
Okay, I'll mention it. Could I have everybody sit down, please? Okay. Let me mention it, we'll see. Okay. No. Good. That's right here, right here. I can start. Oh, thank you, Chris. Okay. Two quick notes. ID pictures are available after this session. We're going to get out a little bit early and give you a little bit more time if there's a line. So that'll happen after we're done here. The other one is the production team informed me that they would like to have the XCOM, the board, meet out by the pool and get a picture. Or go swimming, either one. In the water, yeah. Yeah, Richard. As soon as we're done here, we will walk over to the pool, which is not very far. Leave your things. Yeah. And then we'll get a picture, and you can come back and get your stuff. Very good. And again, ID pictures now have been delayed till after the photo shoot. Okay, and now we're going to let Commander Heyman come up with a different hat on.
Yes, well, I have one small director thing to say,
Okay.
right? You wanted me to talk about vaccines?
Yeah, oh, yes.
Okay, so as your director, I did not address it this morning. We talked about it, I talked with the executive committee yesterday. I know you're hearing some frustrating things, and things are continuing to be frustrating about the vaccines and exemptions and allowances for vaccines and what's happening and what decisions are being made. I'll say this. From the very beginning, the Coast Guard has endeavored to allow operational commanders and officers in charge and orders issuing authorities to make smart, risk-based decisions. And that is how we operate, right? That's how you all operate. And all along, I know I got a lot of pushback and I heard a lot of, but we're smart, risk-based people. You train the auxiliary to make those same decisions. Why won't we be entrusted to make those decisions? And I wanted to remind you that many Coast Guard people were not allowed to make their own smart, risk-based decisions for themselves, right? There has to be a policy somewhere. So current policy is in place, continuing, that members that are not vaccinated should not be operating or interacting with the public or with each other. Now, that's the guideline, that's the policy. As always, you layer on top of that the ability for operational commanders to make smart decisions about what that means based on a number of things, including community risk rates, vaccine rates across the community, hospital installations, and whatever. So I'll say it, I'll be clear. I want everyone to understand if there's any questions with regards to this DTRAIN. I made individual decisions about a couple of members to come to this DTRAIN and participate as a part of making this happen, because I had to balance the need to continue operations as a district with the needs for that risk and safety balance. I maintain the rule that is a Coast Guard standard rule right now. Anyone who's not vaccinated for whatever reason cannot be attending a sea school, so I maintain that rule. I ask for you to continue the rule in general that members should not be attending or interacting or getting orders if they have not been vaccinated for whatever reason. If there's a specific need or something really unique or specific, round it up the chain, talk to the Commodore. But in general, I'm still saying no to those requests as well. There are very few exceptions. That information is, I've briefed that to my supervisor, district commander agrees with that concept. The information that will be coming soon, hopefully, will be coming from national staff in terms of what that looks like, in terms of auxiliaries moving forward. Understand there's a lot of very challenging pieces here, and not the least of which is the health information. While some of you are willing and open to share your health information, some people aren't, or they don't want to, or we can't require that. So does it make sense for a member in this flotilla to have his information shared all the way up to the Commodore to come to me to make a decision? How do we do that? Am I the right person to make a decision about that health exemption? That's a lot of issues. I know there's frustration because you're seeing the Coast Guard already has their policies in place for religious and medical exemptions. Know that those policies are still a working policy. They're still incredibly backed up, and the Coast Guard internal legal system is completely inundated at this point, and there are many other operations that can't happen. Or not operations, but decisions and work that's not happening because they're trying to sort through this and make it work and make it make sense and make it as fair as possible, which is impossible. You cannot make any of this fair. So understand that's what we're coming from. That's where we're still at. I have to beg your patience, your members' patience, to continue to understand. We're all evolving in our knowledge of this vaccine, evolving in the knowledge of the dangers of this disease. I hope you see, we all know that it's not as bad as maybe we thought it was, but there's also long-term effects that now we're seeing that are significant and that are impacting people. So this is not just something else. We're still in the middle of it, right? Have that patience, help people understand that we're doing the very best we can with that. And so stand by. There may be soon some better guidelines and correction to that policy with regards to testing. If you're not vaccinated, maybe you could show up with testing, maybe you can't. We don't know what that looks like just yet. And again, any of that can change tomorrow based on the medical evidence that's coming forth today, right? So please continue that patience. All right, I'm gonna now, for the sake of theatrics, I'm gonna take off my my devices here because I'm gonna be speaking to you as a member of the Auxiliary Association. And the Auxiliary Association should not be operating in a uniform. We should not be soliciting or fundraising in a uniform. And I'm talking to you on behalf of the association, and the manual, in fact, tells me I should be talking to you not in my uniform. So I am now just some chick who borrowed her boyfriend's coat, right? That's what I am. Talking to you because I recently started volunteering with the Aux Association in their grants and development team. So that is something I wanted to do for myself, to learn some of those skills and be part of that and find a way to continue. I may not become an incredibly active auxiliarist. There's not really a lot right around me, but that work with the association will allow me to continue right away and immediately to support. So I've been doing that. So I'm speaking on behalf of the association. So I don't have a slide deck. I'm going to ask, how many of you are members of the association? Everyone should raise your hand. How many of you have gone to the association website in the past 6 months? All right. How many of you are getting those emails, annoying emails, or unannoying emails from the association? All right. Has anyone read one and could share a valuable thing that they learned or benefited from one of the emails from the association?
Discounts.
Discounts. Anyone have an example of a discount? Lowe's. Well, how much discount? 10%. Okay, anybody else? Office Depot. Yeah. 80%. 80%? Okay, right? A lot of them, yeah, got one? Navy Fed, you get $25 as a new member, and they donate $25. So the association, let me back up a second, right? The association is different than the mutual aid association, right? The association is a 501c3, so it is a nonprofit corporation. It's a corporation, it's a business, but it is supporting the missions of the auxiliary versus the mutual aid association, which is doing what? Bueller, yes. So CGMA helps the people of the Coast Guard and Coast Guard Auxiliary. The Auxiliary Association helps the auxiliary do its job. And in fact, if you look at the manual, it talks specifically about that being formed to support the auxiliary to do the things, essentially, that the Coast Guard can't provide funding for. So then the association can raise funds we can sell things, we can invest things and use monies to do that thing to support the units. And I know for a long time, a big sticky point for many of you was that, how do you get that money back? Where does it go? What's happening with it? What's sitting with it? Okay? So let's talk first about how they get money, and we'll talk about how you guys get the money back, right? So I mentioned that there's those member benefits, okay? A lot of those are corporate deals whereby there's a kickback. So every time you get your 10% off, then the association gets money back from that agency. The association also is part of Amazon Smile. It's a hard one because you can only pick one charity to choose for your Amazon Smile charity, and it feels, hard to turn away kids when you want to go to the auxiliary. But if you feel it, then you can choose the Auxiliary Association as your Amazon Smile to get donations every time you buy from Amazon. Corporate memberships, so corporate major companies will give money for your volunteer time, or they'll do matching grants. So they'll give money back to the association that you do, they'll match what you give. The association also takes direct donations, okay? And that can be direct money to your unit. If you go to the website and you click the donate page, you can give a direct donation to your specific flotilla, or you can give money in general to the association. You can also now, they've started donating cars. There's a cars, I think it's cars.com, but we're talking about anything with a motor that moves. So boat, plane, car, motorcycle, watercraft can be donated. The association gets a very beneficial deal, better than they give other people. So Vin Pika and his team really know how to negotiate some of these harder and get better deals than they're giving to other corporate members. But if you have a car, even if it doesn't move, you can donate, and then the Coast Guard Auxiliary will get whatever benefit or profit comes off of that. And if it's a boat, let's say that someone donates that we might want, we see every one of those. The association, we sees every one of those before it gets finalized, and we can pull it out and say we want that boat if we know a flotilla is looking for a boat or something like that. Okay. Also, they're starting legacy funding. The Ox Manual does talk about legacy funding. It's not required, but if you are going to put the Coast Guard Auxiliary Association into your will, or let your family know you want to donate money, there's a process for that that's being finalized now. And there's a number of investments that the association has made over time. Plus, of course, your member benefits, your member fees. When I joined as an associate to the association, my money went straight into the coffers to be there. Yes, so let's talk about where that money goes and how you're going to get it back. Yes, some of that money, frustratingly for some, goes to supporting travel of your national staff. That's how it has to work. That's how this works, because of the way the Coast Guard is set up. It's a federal entity, because the association is a federal entity. The auxiliary is a federal entity. There has to be a way by which we do these things, and we fund operations to happen in these events. So, for example, I'm not allowed when I'm a director, the director is not allowed to spend money on conferences and food, and there's very limited rules on that, right? So I can't give money to the district to go host DTRAIN. He has to, that's why he's paying for that out of district funding. Same thing on the national level. The Coast Guard cannot contract with a hotel to have the National Auxiliary Conference in that hotel. It just can't be done. It's not how the federal government works. So there has to be a venue and an avenue for that. So part of the association is to do that, to make sure that it happens. But indeed, the association should be finding ways to give money back to you. So after much, I'm talking very fast, after much banging on heads, and because of COVID, unfortunately, we had to cancel DTRAIN and NACON, and well, like 2 NACONs, right? 2 NACONs and an DTRAIN. There's a significant amount of money that wasn't spent. So finally, there is a nice big nest egg sitting there, and people started to feel more comfortable about, okay, well, now we've got a really nice big nest egg up here. Let's really make sure we're starting to do something with it. So the NACO at DTRAIN, so last month, NACO announced what they're going to call grants for units, I think they're changing the name on me. We're literally in the middle of developing this and putting the website together right now. But a way for individual units to request to the association for some of that funds to come back. there's going to be some limits on that, and right now the initial limits are that funding should be for recruiting and retention activities. But if you stretch your mind and you get creative, right, recruiting and retention activities include training activities and maybe buying supplies or maybe going out to do things. There's a lot that can be put in there. There will be, in fact, it's on the website now, it's just password protected, but there's a new tab on the website that says grants for units. That will be, it's a 5-minute Google form. You're gonna put in there who you are, who the unit commander is, how much money you want, what you wanna use it for. Every month, the development team, myself included, will pull those off the website or pull them out of the back end, and we will put those together. If there's questions about that, like if there should be more detail there, or maybe I can see there needs to be a little more detail, we'll ask those questions. Those get presented to NEXCOM, because it's NEXCOM's money, essentially, right? NEXCOM National Executive Committee, they're gonna look at those requests and decide how to spend, and if those requests are granted or not, okay? So it's not perfect. There's going to be some hiccups, and it's going to take some time. As we move on, the boundaries will definitely get a little bit tighter in terms of right now. By the way, there's no official boundary on that. So if you want to request $30,000 for something that it makes sense to do, then you can do that. In the future, we may have to back that down. There's no rule right now that says you have to justify why you need that money. On the private side, if you're getting a grant, sometimes you have to match the amount. So it could be someday the association says, if you want $5,000, then your district needs to put up $2,500 or something like that, right? There's no matching rules in place right now. It is a straight up, just ask for money and see if you can get it kind of thing, right? So that's the grants for units. That's in place. The National Commodore announced it at DTRAIN. What's not in place is the website, how to request it. But if you have some thoughts going, put it in an email, start sending it up to this guy. The routing process is a little bit unclear still as well, whether we're gonna have division commanders or who's gonna have to approve it. Because remember, there are guidelines in the manual about how to solicit funds and how to get funds and how to do that and who needs to do approval. But in this case, we're arguing that we're talking about a flotilla getting money from the association. Why do we need to have approval from the Commodore? Maybe it's an awareness level, maybe it's something else. We're not exactly sure yet. But I know that's confusing and frustrating. I can't just say go to the website, but we're starting there. So that's that is a nice change. If you want to see more of those changes, just as like I said, back with my director hat on, there's only, question, yes. Oh, Mr. Blosser.
I was just going to make a comment to support that. Another reason to do that, along what you were just saying, Commander, is that if a unit takes a donation directly, you have limits, okay? You can only take $2,500 every 6 months, and you're capped at $5,000 per year. Somebody like me, the legal officer has to do a prohibitive source. Basically, scour that and do that test. And all of that goes away if you use the auxiliary association. So to go to what you were saying, it's already been almost like been pre-approved. If it goes through the auxiliary association, you do not there's a courtesy information to the DIROCs and all that kind of stuff, but things can be directly earmarked for your unit. It doesn't have to be necessarily blessed. The $5,000 limit, as I understand it, goes away.
Yep.
So you can get a $25,000 boat, boom, right there, or whatever amount of money above the $5,000. So those rules are checks and balances. They all go away if you use the aux association. And the earmarking does work. Everybody's afraid, oh, we're not going to get the money back. You'll get the money. If somebody earmarks it for a specific unit, the aux association is absolutely fantastic. You'll get the unit, or you'll get the money, or whatever it is that was donated. I'll shut up now.
Nope. That's a very good point. I just want to also, I hear a lot of excitement about grants, and I fed some of that excitement, I know, but I don't want to make sure you all understand. A grant, they're all very different. Some are literally just asking for money from a community foundation. Some are a federal grant or state grant that's going to take 10, 20, or even 100 hours to do that. And so I've seen at the association level, there are units that are trying to put together a grant because they want $10,000, and then their unit members and then the association are burning 30 hours to put together this document. So part of your job as a leader as well is to help determine and help that flotilla commander say, this is probably not the best use of your time. I know you want this, but are you really ready? Are you really ready to spend 100 hours on this grant? And if that person says, yeah, and they are, then okay. But understand what you're going forward on some of those funding requests. If you're going to seek, and let me say this too, the Coast Guard does not want auxiliarists. You are a part of the federal, you are a federal entity from the U.S. Coast Guard, right? We should not be walking around with our hand out in a Coast Guard uniform, auxiliary or not, to everybody and their brother in their neighborhood, which is why there's a very specific, very small limit on how much individual units can solicit. That $2,500 is a specifically small number to really trigger everyone to think, oh yeah. That's so that you can go to the hardware store and get $300 for something, or your buddy Joe's got a car dealer and they want to give you $300 worth of something, right? That's what we're talking about, small stuff. But if you're looking for $10,000 for a radio repeater, that's something that's different. And that's something the association, not the unit, is required to do by the manual. So be careful, don't run afoul of those things. Okay.
One of the ways the association is working for us right now is down at MSD Cincinnati. We have a contingent of auxiliaries that are there. Their Wi-Fi cannot handle their normal business and 5 or 6 auxiliaries. So we found an entity to donate money to the foundation. The foundation wrote a check to the flotilla to pay for that Wi-Fi.
Yep, exactly. So if money has to come in, it can flow through the association, and that's what it's intended to do. So 2 ways. If you have, let's say someone dies, or you've got a friend of your unit that says, I want to give $5,000 to this flotilla, that money it's supposed to be processed properly. That's a different story, unsolicited grants, but funds. But anyway, that money could come through the association and be distributed to you. Someone can go to the website today and give $10,000 to your flotilla through the website. That money comes in tagged from the website as going to that unit, and it will flow through to that unit, okay? So a lot of this is a general increase in the need to maintain records and improve financial processes throughout the auxiliary. So any questions about that or the association that maybe I could help with? Yeah.
Clarification, so does 100% of our dues that go to national go through the Lots Association?
Oh, yes. Yeah, it goes in the pot. But there are operational fees that have to be paid. So I don't know what that number is, but also be heartened that the association gets audited and reviewed every year. They have been given the top status in terms of a charity. They are a nonprofit organization, so they get measured and looked at by GuideStar, I think it is, and Candid, and have received the top marks in multiple years for their work and transparency. Yeah, Kathy. Ooh, I don't. I know we're talking less than 10,000. I think it's 6,000. Do you know? Is this a trick question? Do you know?
I thought that it was like $1.2 million was your operating and dues were like $400,000 of it.
Okay, that sounds familiar. I don't want to say if it's wrong. Yeah, I know I've heard 1.2, and I wasn't sure if that was whatever. But yeah, definitely. I mean, it's over $1 million. We're under 10 million. But they're also having a number of ways that they're getting revenue. So the dues, yeah, exactly, aren't paying for everything that's coming in. That's definitely part of it. Yeah.
One of our problems doing number training in Oxlams is obtaining a place
training. In current environment, most of the places want $200 or $500 for a room. Is that kind of thing that could be funded out of?
Yeah, I would say so, yes.
Okay, because we talk about stealing Matt's money to do that, and he said,
Yep, yes, I would argue that that certainly is part of
now,
recruitment and retention.
what's the time frame though in making the application
So,
and getting it, because you really gotta make a reservation and get.
exactly. So, right now, the plan, and understanding that, let me say that, everybody involved in this process knows that there's a time crunch. So right now, we're talking about a 30-day cycle. So probably by the 5th of the month, cut off applications. Then by about the 20th or so, the decision is made so that by the end of the month, the finance team has time to distribute that money down. But yeah, definitely, we are aware and striving to ensure that we're moving as quickly as possible on that money, because that is time critical.
It's the Oxfam's kind of thing that the division wanted to sponsor.
Mm-hmm.
But it goes into Sundays, you can't use the free places like churches and banks and fire departments.
Mm-hmm.
But you can rent them in a hotel.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what would be good
That'll
use.
make it a lot easier for the division to sponsor an Oxfam.
Mm-hmm.
Your guidance star doesn't have the dollar amounts, but of the money that goes to the association, 94.22% goes to the actual programs it supports, and the remaining 5.78 goes to administration and fundraising.
Okay, that's a good number. That's a great number.
Considered among the most efficient nonprofits.
Yeah, and remember that overhead is part of running the warehouse, the uniform warehouse, and all of those things. There are, I think it's 3 actual paid employees at the association. So understand that myself, certainly, but your CEO of this $1.2 million organization, Vin Pica, is doing this by volunteer, right? The CGMA is professionals. They're hiring consultants or doing those things. I'm not begrudging that. I'm just saying there's a difference there with that. So, yes, the association does fund travel for some of those folks, but that has to happen, and it's really minor compared to the cost of running an organization like that, a corporation on those levels. And the last thing I want to say is the association is always looking for more help, just like you guys are always looking for more help. But the requests get put up on the Help Wanted site with everybody else for national staff. Essentially, association members are national staffers. But also, if you have somebody that has kind of a business talent, or maybe someone that's trying to step back from operations that maybe were involved in business or marketing or those kind of skill sets that the association needs. I mean, we've got website developers on staff and analysts and financial folks and accountants. All those things to run the business of the auxiliary have to happen, and they're volunteers. So if you have somebody that may be like that, encourage them to reach out, or maybe reach out to somebody that's on the association staff. Okay? All right, I'm putting them back on. But I'm really done. I mean, there's always more to say, and there's always more things to try to share, but I'll stop with all that as a director and say I'm done. I will see you guys this evening.
Thank you. Is Clifton in the room? Hey, I'm sorry I didn't see you sitting there. Yeah, okay, so next up is Clifton Ogden. He's the ADSO PI, and that's the interpretive corps. And he wants to talk in I don't know how many different languages, but...
I'll try.
Okay. Okay.
Thanks, Matt. So this is my second DTRAIN, and I know several of you through that, but several I don't. So a little bit about me. I grew up in LA, which on the Gulf Coast, which is lower Alabama, and so the Redneck Riviera. So always around boats, the Gulf, and it's back when drinking age of the Floribama was 16, or at least I thought at that time. So after that, I grew up. I went to Auburn University. I somehow got a degree in civil engineering, which I think qualified me as a nerd and being socially awkward, so later on in life when I met some auxiliaries, they recognized that and said, you should join us. You'll fit right in. After, I guess, I've been with the auxiliary now, in May it'll be 3 years. So I'm a FC of 1102, ADSO OPI, pretty heavily involved in surface ops. There's a QE in here somewhere that thought I don't know, he had mercy on me and said I could be a coxswain. Done ICS staff, PQS, and gone through that, working on unit lead and UPV inspector. So trying to stay busy in the auxiliary. Kind of about a year ago, had an engineering firm for a little over 15 years. So that I've sold, my wife and I ran it and sold that engineering firm. So I'm figuring out now what I want to be when I grow up. But to get moving on at the subject at hand, talk a little bit about the Interpreter Corps and the international affairs. It's actually a little bit more than interpreters, but it is the smallest directorate in the Coast Guard Auxiliary, but it's probably got the largest geographic reach. I mean, it's a global operation. Next slide there. Oh, remote. That would be helpful. Okay, so welcome. A little bit of interpretation. I'm from Alabama, of course, so if I say y'all, that's you people. If you're above that line on the map, I like maps too, by the way. But if that's translated to you guys. If our guys from Pittsburgh, we're still here. Anybody from Pittsburgh in the room? We lose them all? There we go. So Yins want to talk about something after, you can. So that's my 3 languages that Matt was talking about right there. So international affairs, anybody been involved, heard about it, and had any, oh good, so I could actually educate some people. So what is it? So there's 2 primary, the development support and strategic projects are 2 divisions, and they're basically the administrative pieces that, they're not the operational side. But so the 2 big pieces are the international outreach and the Interpreter Corps. And what those do, the international outreach is kind of exactly what it sounds like. It's working with other entities internationally to do auxiliary type stuff, either do volunteer SAR organizations, civilian, assist them in training and policy and even how they want their uniforms, how to standardize things. And then so or establishing new ones. I mean, we have countries there that they may have a military, but they really don't have a Coast Guard. They don't have where they're going to go help a recreational boat or a fishing or commercial. They're just there to kind of, protect their sovereignty and their borders. So that other piece to try to bring those volunteers together to put together an auxiliary, if you will, or a volunteer SAR is what the International Outreach Division does. And that doesn't necessarily mean they go to all these places. We've got communication, we have those conversations, emails, and May introductions or interactive conferences and so on and so forth. The Interpreter Corps is kind of just that. It's interpreters, and it supports the Coast Guard goal sign, the DoD, other federal agencies, so it's kind of loaned out a lot. And it's been growing. Right now, over 550 interpreters in 42 languages, and then we have 113 plus language qualification QEs, basically. So why do you need all those QEs? Well, because most people speak to maybe 3 languages. So if you have 42 languages, you need a lot of QEs to be able to qualify those interpreters. Someone comes up and says, I'm fluent in French or Spanish or Swahili or whatever. You can't, if you don't know the language, you can't really judge them. And last thing we want to do is be on a Navy vessel interacting with another country and say the wrong words. So QE is pretty important. But the auxiliarists, they have to be BQ, have to have their core training. They have to do the ICS courses, do risk management, have a non-disclosure, and then the QE evaluates them on the scale of, you know, what do they understand verbally, what their spoken skills are, you know, reading and then writing. And so they can be very good linguistically, but not be able to do like document translation. And that's okay. We use them for that, and we know what their qualifications are and use them accordingly. The options kind of going, so here's a little bit of the languages distribution. You can't really read this on here. We don't have any Pittsburghese, but Spanish we have a lot. French, German, Italian, the common languages. Looking for, obviously, global events are changing. You know, we see Ukraine and other countries thinking maybe we should be with NATO. We don't want that to happen to us. We have, you know, Afghanistan, the Dari speakers, that, you know, those missions, and so things are changing constantly. We're trying to support those, you know, those happenings, if you will, globally. So interpreter deployments, kind of what does an interpreter do? So we've got the exercises. So this would be, you know, trainings, cooperative trainings with other nations, other entities, trade winds. It's a Caribbean, so a lot of, you know, Spanish, etc. But that's where, you know, Coast Guard goes out with the Bahamian government or the Mexican government and do these interdictions and how they can work better, you know, across borders. Forums, obviously a conference can be interpreter directly with an auxiliarist, a Gulf side or Navy, whatever it might be. And of course, SAR missions, you know, the happen upon or the call outs. We need to talk to these people. They can do that, you know, either if it's on a cutter and they have an interpreter, great. If they don't, you know, like FaceTime, you know, there's other options to do that interpretation via video link or whatever it might be. Document and program translations to U.S. agencies. So this is taking documents that are in, you know, one or two languages and converting them and redocumenting them in many other languages. So done a lot for Coast Guard Public Affairs to do this in 11 languages. If you've ever had interaction with merchant mariner vessels, you know that there's a pretty good mix. And when you think of an international crew on a container ship, on a tanker that's going international, it's a pretty good hodgepodge, I would say, of cultures and, of course, spoken language. One recent was Dari to assist with the Afghan Operation Ally, so that's bringing our friends back from Afghanistan and being able to communicate with them and have documentation and information that we could share. Where do the interpreters go? Well, we've got, you know, they're on cutters, air land stations, you know, they're in ports, they're, you know, they're all over. So any deployment, anywhere, you know, Gold Side would be or where a Navy ship would be. And it's either, you know, it can be planned out for an exercise or it may be, like I said, on an on-call. I'm not going to read all of this. I mean, there's some highlights here. Some Russian interpretation. A big one, Huntington Beach, California, where they drug the anchor across the oil pipeline, okay? Had to figure out what was going on. We're dealing with international crews. Interpreters assisted with that. A lot of things for criminal investigations, 30-day missions on medium endurance cutters, dependable Tahoma for Caribbean migrant drug interaction. A lot of auxiliaries, a lot of those interpreters are on board for those missions. 2020 was a little bit lighter for obvious reasons. I mean, there's a pretty good thumb on auxiliaries to not do too much, but there was some going on. Communication missions across the board, but not quite as much as gone on in previous years. So there's a few more. Japanese, Chinese, Vietnamese, Russian interpretation. MSU Port Arthur, Gulf of, basically everywhere you can think. Another big one, the Golden Ray, the railroad that rolled over and off the coast of Georgia, you know, so they had to figure out what was going on there. So assisted investigation on that and what happened. So a lot of this is, you know, I put this slide up here. This is kind of hard to read. This is really goes back to, and I want to get to geopolitical with this, but you know, the oceans, the maritime fleets of other countries. You know, our mind's on Russia a little bit, but this is just from this is the Office of Naval Intelligence growth of maritime assets of China. Okay, so you add on the People's Liberation Army, Navy, their force, their Coast Guard, their maritime militia. We're seeing a lot of that. If you track anything Navy or our forces, we're not growing like that. It's coming together, and the advantage is sea, which is basically a triforce cooperation between the Marines, the Navy, Coast Guard, are working on how to, you know, keep up with that, and we're doing that more by more collaboration. You know, the commandants and generals, admirals are all signing on. We're going to work together on this. With that, the Coast Guard states within the strategy that Coast Guard is expanding global engagements. So they're here, right? But I mean, we know we have bases and we work alongside the Navy. But the Coast Guard is expanding its global engagements, capacity building efforts in key vulnerable regions. This is 2020, so this isn't even kind of the last couple of years, including the Indo-Pacific. To integrate all domain efforts is needed to strengthen our alliances and partnerships. You know, if we want to make sure we have our friends, right? They want us. If we're not there to help with some of these nations, others are going to be their friends, and those others may be those that are not going to be friends of ours. So that's being recognized. So I put this out there to say this, although we're not military, we're not involved in military operations, we contribute our piece to these, even though, especially in this case with interpreters or whatnot, or finding interpreters or recruiting. And we're going to see this growing critical role of the U.S. Coast Guard Auxiliary, even in something it seems, no pun intended, is foreign to kind of our general roles when we're talking, you know, RBS and VEs and program visitors and things like that. Just know that it's there, and that's, you know, one of the main reasons for having this is to have that knowledge that these operations are occurring and there are need for recruitment in those areas. This was just a shot out of that Triforce strategy. This is RIMPAC. This is 2020, 10 nations, 22 ships, 1 submarine, and 5,300 personnel. The estimated 2022 RIMPAC, 20 nations, 25,000 personnel. So we're starting to see, you know, we're getting more of a global interaction that is growing, and obviously Coast Guard, Navy, and that Triforce from a naval standpoint is involved in that. So all that's pretty cool and interesting, I think. But what can y'all do? What can you guys do? Recruit interpreters. You know, I've talked to some of you. So I know a guy I know people that speak a second language. They don't have to be. They don't have to be deployed. They don't have to. You know, they can do what they need to do. But the need is there. It's an obvious need. It's something that is going to continue to grow. So recruit interpreters both internally, right, within the auxiliary, existing members. But if you know somebody, say, hey, are you willing to be a volunteer interpreter? You can join the auxiliary. You can have all the fun that we have in the auxiliary, but you can just be an interpreter. You don't even care about doing anything about boats, but you can be an interpreter. So recruiting internally and externally. Inform your OIA, local units in the AUX, that we have these capabilities. So we know we have, the Navy's going to call, DoD is going to call, but there are, you know, times where we're out on a patrol and we come across someone who speaks a language that we don't have. Know that both you can use that that pool of interpreters on that patrol, and so can the units that you may work with as well. So not everything trickles down. I mean, you know, we have communication in the auxiliary that we wish was better. Surprising, there are some parts of the Gold Side that don't talk as much as you would think they would either. So definitely, you know, spread the word that we do have that capability for them to use. Communicate that back. If you're sending information and they need more information, they want more details on that, you know, use the chain of leadership management, if you will. You know, let me know, and those conversations are going on. Or if you need some material to do a presentation to them, say we've got the stuff, you know, be happy to help you out. So I'm gonna go off the rails a little bit because this is something that in this row's probably had conversations, and I know nationally has had the conversations about this. And the way I tie this in is this is an interpreter, is a recruitment. We can add to our memberships with an activity that you may not even think. You're thinking out of the box to get people involved and integrated into the auxiliary. So off the CGOX website, 32,156 members in 2013. I didn't dig deep for stats, okay? So you log in today in Ox data, we've got 21,147 members. And I know we've had, you know, obviously people say COVID. I think we actually grew a little bit in COVID. You know, we've had increased security protocols and things like that may have, you know, popped some members out. But there's not a very good trend, and it was good to hear Whitaker say, you know, we're 8 Eastern is kind of holding our own. We're flatline. We're not growing, but it's not as bad as Coastal Western. But we need to think of these other things that we can do to retain, recruit, and energize people and get them involved. You know, a lot of the CA, the OXFS or CA operations, you know, the ICS, you know, Tom getting out on a cutter. You should have your cutter pin soon, shouldn't you? Cutterman pin. But it's good to see that that's recognized. Very excited about hearing the training stuff, hearing Matt say, how can we engage with training? How can we get people more involved and energized? That's great to hear. Love to hear that today. But we all need to be thinking about that. Everything from the leadership up here to our flotilla levels. Who are we mentoring? I mean, mentoring's a two-way street. Sometimes newer members waiting there for someone to say, hey, I'm gonna help you out. Maybe that member is asking somebody, but it's not the right person, you know who those people are. But go back to the auxiliary mentorship guide and just kind of refresh it and see if you can reinvigorate that in your flotilla. And know with all those, not everybody has the same interest and willingness in every aspect of the auxiliary and what we do and what our missions are. And try to recognize that. What interest does this person have, and how can we use them to further our mission? And, you know, hopefully you're not this guy. You may know this guy, but we need to find out more ways of telling people yes. How can we figure out, how can we do, you know, what's obviously keeping safety in mind, keeping AUX manual in mind, but how can we let people, you know, exercise what they want to do in the auxiliary without, you know, depleting their enthusiasm. So that's my dog and pony show. I don't want to hold you all up too much from your pool party you got planned, but if you got any questions, be happy to take them here, or I'll be around all week. Okay, Paul, go ahead.
Bringing it real close to home. I'm on patrol. I run across some people that do not speak English. I need to get them out of danger, and I can't communicate with them. How do I access these?
Yeah, that's what we need to do. So this was, I don't think there was an ADSO OPI before, so this is new. We've been doing all the training from national to get on board. We're reaching out to who we have in our district, but we're a little bit of like a yeoman between national and our resources within our district to say, hey, we've got this guy in your district that we're going to deploy on this mission. Can you make sure that DIROX has got his HRAF and he's all in order? He's got a travel account and all that kind of stuff. So that's coming. Who the resources are both within the district and nationally of who can be that FaceTime friend to say, got to talk. Google Translate's great, but it can steer you somewhere else. And when you're talking about in those situations, it's not time to try to be doing pretend interpreter. So that's coming. That's something hopefully by mid-year we'll have that resource list, who you can call, when their availability is, what the second person on the call tree would be for that language to get that out there, because we need to push that out to the units and say, when is this guy available typically? If you can't get him, what's the next one to go to down the, because that's a good resource. You normally don't need it, but when you need it, because we need to figure out what's going on here, and you don't understand the language, you're not doing any good. But that's coming. So that'll probably push that either down through national or go through. Go ahead, sir.
Would you mind going back to the Chinese assets slide? I find that very fascinating.
There it is. Yeah.
I wanted to, it kind of speaks for itself, but it's my understanding China is ramping up their Coast Guard, so it's more or less under the radar, so
Yeah, I think that's a recognized strategy. Obviously, they've made the moves to South China Sea and things of that, and obviously they don't, from a naval perspective, they don't quite have the big boys, but they're working on it, and we're right now we're cutting up 10-year-old ships, because they don't meet the mission profile that what we need. So it's interesting, and I came across that and I was like, that we're involved in this. We're an asset in making sure, and like I said, without making a geopolitical statement, we're part of puzzles that we may not recognize on a daily basis that we are.
we're lucky enough to have you in our division, but will there be SOs and FSOs?
Quite possibly. OPI is I would say it's an ADSO, right? OPI under operations. This is kind of operations, but it feels a little bit of a shoehorn position, but it's going in the right direction. So we're definitely becoming more, I don't want to say more integrated or less integrated when it comes to cultures and language, but it seems like there's more of a need to.
Thinking like Paul's question, is there going to be like a local content person?
Yeah, and that's something, the interpreter corps has been around a while, but it's not been as well organized as it has in the last 2 or 3 years. So it's kind of just catching up to get all of that put together, serving the agencies, and then now we're thinking, well, we have these resources, we should use them internally. So I can't speak for the national directorate and the full strategy right now because it's kind of been evolving, but I would definitely see that capability to create those positions, to get that all the way down and complete that parallel chain of communication that would need to be, which it ties into operations there. But you also think this would be a PA thing too, right? I mean, we're doing Spanish boating classes. We could do other things to leverage that. So while it's kind of in the operations package right now, I see it might be more of a parallel, like everything else is.
I'd just like to share some information. When I was in 5th Southern, we did have a Spanish-speaking auxiliaries. SAR center was. So this gentleman got pulled in a lot to talk to these guys and investigate what was going on if there was a mishap, right? Station shaking things down.
Right.
I can see that being an asset here, you know, and
Yep.
that's, I think, the way you probably go.
A lot easier to complete the story of what's going on and assess the situation when you actually understand what people are saying. Absolutely. Otherwise, you're guessing, and you're like, I've been to Mexico, been to the Bahamas. You know, I can speak a little bit, but I may be missing some of what's going on here. So,
If you speak the language, they're a little more comfortable in talking to you because, you know,
yeah.
they're not giving us.
Yeah, well, and oftentimes when there's, I mean, not to get into an LE situation, but oftentimes the language barrier is used as a strategy to avoid having to tell you what you're asking. Yeah, thank you. Anybody else? All right, I appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Thank you. That's what y'all been looking for, isn't it? This concludes our program for the evening. Let's go get some pictures taken. I hope y'all enjoyed this afternoon. There's a lot of information here. Please take it back to your flotillas and your membership because they're the ones really missing out on the information here. And this is something that needs to be shared, okay? Especially the CGMA and the OXA information. That's information that needs to be shared down to the deck plate level, because a lot of our members do not know about this. I ran into, several years ago, I was at a NACON and ran into the interpreter corps there, and my eyes were just wide open because I had no idea that we had that capability until then. So thank you, Clifton, for that, and thanks everybody. Let's go get a picture taken. Go swimming. Motion to adjourn. Second. All right, gotcha.
So, Commodore, thanks for not ratting me out.
Hey, Clifton, I know a guy that can speak multiple languages. More than one. Multiple. I think one's Russian. Get your own. I got one right there. No. DCDRs and this table. I personally can't, but if you get a hold, which PowerPoints are you talking about? The RBS? The photo is in the fireplace lobby.
Not in the fireplace, in front of it.
No, because I don't want to drop my camera.
Stop, drop.
Let me get a hold of them and I can.